In the headlines, early voters find salt at polling stations. IDA candidates hopeful as they cast votes, and TPP leader predicts victory. Good evening, Tobago. I am Lindian Parks with the 6:30 p.m. Channel 5 News for Election Day in Trinidad and Tobago, Monday, April 28th, 2025. In our top story, voting in Tobago continued unabated during the day. However, early voters and polling staff had one story that stirred their anger. People spoke of meeting salt at the entrances to polling stations. One staff member at the Speyside AC school told us what she encountered.
I came this morning, I didn't see it, I was across, so we was cleaning here, right? And after we clean here, we went there, and then Joanne, where is the security by the school, she called me and she said, "Auntie, but look from up there, come right down, it's naked salt." And I take buckets of water and wash it down.
And there was more to the story.
Traditionally, what does salt have to do with Tobago's culture? Do you feel that salt is set to make people afraid, to intimidate people?
Yes,
what?
that is it, to intimidate people.
Salt has been incorporated into Tobago's folklore and superstitions. It is often associated with protection and good luck, or used to ward off evil spirits. Meanwhile, TPP's leader, Fali Augustine, addressed the salt issue.
I've seen some photos, and you know, I laughed when I looked at it. I really don't operate in the politics of superstition, and yes, we may in a very jocular manner talk about people use of quote unquote obia for elections and so on, and usually we just do that in a very jocular way. But I don't concern myself with those things really, because I operate on the basis of strong faith in God, and I believe God has brought me and my party to this place, and God will take us to the next level. So I don't worry too much about those things.
The TPP leader explained his take on the incidents.
It's believing in folkloric traditions of Tobago that salt somehow cuts witchcraft. So I guess if salt was poured and salt in fact cuts witchcraft, then it's all our benefit. Not so.
Do you think that it could be chalked up to voter intimidation?
It can be, because in a society as ours, there remains, you know, a real fear that people might have about these superstitious things, about these things that they can't explain, about the supernatural, and it's just unfortunate that in 2025 that we're still operating on that wavelength.
Before voting, the Chief Secretary had visited many polling stations all day to ensure the people working on behalf of his party were comfortable. Former Assemblyman Aldington Spencer in the awful London-led administration said he was able to cast his vote at the Speyside AC school quite easily. He gave his take on voters and polling staff finding salt at polling station entrances at the start of voting at 6 a.m.
Very heavy. They had some problem this morning, some salt in the road. I don't know if it's necromancy or what is happening, but whatever happens, God is in control.
The former assemblyman said regardless of what people do, God will have the final say. More election updates after this short break.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
For 10 years, years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Do you suffer from diabetes or high blood pressure, or just in need of a general checkup? Look no further. Visit Batson & Associates Limited, your holistic health experts, for your personalized program of solutions with a range of premium products and services tailored to suit your needs. Come and experience transformative healing with our team of specialists in natural and integrative medicine. Visit us or give us a call today at 222-8261 or 314-9975 and begin your journey to optimal health. And remember, if you think health is expensive, try sickness.
Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything, almost anything, almost anytime, almost every day. We in every season for every reason. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything you want from a pharmacy. Just ask our pharmacist. Well, almost. We are here to serve all of you all of the time. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. 141 Chauvin Road, Buku. Call our pharmacy on 610-7634 or our supermart on 768-0723 and 766-0476. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy.
Welcome back. A natural progression towards greater community involvement is how the Innovative Democratic Alliance's candidate for Tobago East, Jared Balfour, described his foray into electoral politics for the 2025 parliamentary elections. Balfour cast his vote at the Mason Hall Secondary School with an idea to bring a new style of leadership to the parliament.
Well, what I could bring is something that we haven't seen before, something called unbiased representation and communication with no matter who in power. Because at the end of the day, it's the people that are left behind when all leaders bicker and banter with each other. So I could bring communication and unbiased representation.
Balfour, a musician, says there are several items on his agenda should he be elected to Parliament. He intends to hit the ground running from day one.
One in particular is the Community Bill of Rights, where we can empower communities that they can see about what they see as suitable to become more of a revenue earning community. You know, so that's one. Also bringing degree programs to Tobago, making degree programs more accessible to Tobagonians.
Balfour says he is dedicated to helping others achieve success in their endeavors, and a major part of his decision to seek to be a representative for Tobago East is a journey he had to undertake for his community on behalf of those who are afraid to raise their voices in protest. Balfour says, win or lose, he will continue his activism through politics for a better Tobago. Jared Balfour's comrade and Innovative Democratic Alliance candidate for Tobago West, Kate Trotman, remains hopeful about the results of the general election.
I've just finished the process. It was a relatively easy, straightforward and quick process. So I have dipped my fingers.
And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very, very good. I would like to say that any victory that occurs out of this, I personally attribute it to God.
Ms. Trotman made her comments after she, along with her mom, Stephanie Trotman, voted at the Bonaccord Government Primary School earlier today. PNM candidate for Tobago West, Shamfa Kajo Lewis, is reporting having an easy time during the voting process. She experienced no hiccups and said it was smooth.
It depends on where they take you. There are options. So if you're trying to avoid this step, you'll have to go in from that gate. But if you go in from this gate, you'll have to go down this staircase. It's like 2 steps. So I've never encountered encountered a situation where we depended on the polling station for the wheelchairs. The practice has always been, based on my knowledge and my experience, to get wheelchairs.
Kajo Lewis was also asked about whether her team had any problems getting access to polling stations. Her comments come as Tobago People's Party member Sutika Williams-O complained that her polling sub-agents were not able to get access to polling stations. Kajo Lewis spoke to reporters after voting at the Montgomery Government Primary School. Much more after this short break. Please keep it here.
Eat whenever you need it, anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
There are some new developments in housing in Tobago, so it's court racing time. This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Welcome back. President of the Tobago Maxi Taxi Association, Cloyd Williams, says he voted based on issues which Tobago faces. He says when it comes to cruise ships, there isn't adequate support.
Well, the issues more or less, all right? There are so many issues in Tobago that we face in terms of proper representation, east and west. Tobago, autonomy for Tobago, where we can chart our own course, do what we, when I say do what we want, develop our own, this little island of 60,000 strong. And there are quite a number of other issues that Tobago needs to stand for, to vote for. Our voice must be heard in this little space, all right? And I wish everybody can come out and stand up against these issues that we are facing. In my department, tourism, transportation, we have quite a lot of issues in terms of having adequate transportation for Tobago.
Williams gave his experience on the voting process.
It was good, but I think it was a bit slow, especially by the last polling clerk doing all the information and so on. But apart from that, it was smooth, no problem. And I vote for the right color, your guess. All right, but it was good.
He voted at the Montgomery Government Primary School. Is there consideration being given for those with disabilities to vote? This is the question from the Patriotic Front's candidate for Tobago West, Aretha Clark, who says polling stations are not structured for persons with disabilities and this may result in voters being turned away. Clark voted at the Lambo Anglican School and was at the time speaking to reporters after conducting checks at the Montgomery Government Primary School.
For me, I'm a little concerned with persons with disabilities because I'm realizing that most of the divisions don't have any wheelchairs. That's one of my major concerns, because if you're looking to have a higher voter turnout and persons with disabilities can't access the building properly, then that's a serious challenge.
Meanwhile, incumbent parliamentarian Cudjoe Lewis dismissed complaints about no accessibility of the polling stations to people with disabilities. She says people with disabilities have options at the Montgomery Government Primary School's polling station.
It depends on where they take you. There are options. So if you're trying to avoid this step, you'll have to go in from that gate. But if you go in from this gate, you'll have to go down this staircase. It's like 2 steps. So I've never encountered a situation where we're depending on the polling station for the wheelchairs. The practice has always been, based on my knowledge and my experience, to get wheelchairs.
Asked about another complaint concerning some people having a change to their polling station, Cudjoe Lewis commended the Elections and Boundaries Commission. A voter told members of the media that she was turned away from her typical polling station at the Montgomery Government Primary School and was told to go to Signal Hill Patience Hill Station. However, she did admit the importance of reading the received polling card to ensure people knew where their polling station was located, especially since the EBC indicated ahead of time that some polling stations were changed. If my legacy of responsible service to Tobago cannot see me through to victory in this election, nothing else could, says Tobago People's Party candidate for Tobago East, David Thomas. The ex-fireman turned politician voted at the Mount Grace Community Center's polling station around midday on election day. Thomas described what his first order of business will be in Parliament if he is elected to the position.
My first item on the agenda is to ensure that Tobago gets the respect that it ought to have, right? And I have my own way of doing that, right? And I think that considering all that was done in the past, I think that there are different approaches people can take to ultimately arrive at the objective, the overall objective. And from where I sit, I know that this is a workable situation.
Thomas says his walking tours of the community have allowed him to fine-tune his focus.
Number one concern for Tobago is jobs, right, and greater opportunities for Tobagonian in a general sense, whether you look at it from the educational point of view, from the entrepreneurship point of view. All those things surfaces, but at the end of the day, if you do not have the financial resources to bring the opportunities to the shores, then Tobagonians would be deprived of an opportunity to flourish.
Thomas says he has witnessed blatant campaigning during the voting process by other parties involved in the election, but would not elaborate. He plans on visiting other polling stations in his district to observe voter turnout and spot any irregularities until the polls close this evening at 6 p.m. Thomas says if his party, the TPP, wins, Tobago can expect quality representation, as he has a strategy for working with whatever party wins the majority of seats in Parliament. Leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, Watson Duke, said the voting process was smooth for him. He spoke to reporters after voting at the Roxborough AC School this morning.
I feel good, actually. I feel confident. I feel self-assured. I feel as if I'm taking part in directing the country's affairs. Only when you vote, you can say that you are taking part in governance. This is a very important exercise for ordinary people to get involved in the way the country is governed.
Watson hopes his party wins the 2 Tobago seats so he could liberate Tobagonians. We'll now go straight into our weather report for this evening. Tonight will be generally fair despite the odd overnight shower. A significant increase in Saharan dust concentration is expected in the atmosphere. Sensitive persons should take the necessary precautions. Tomorrow, predominantly sunny, slightly hazy and at times breezy, despite the low chance of 1 or 2 spotty showers. A mostly fair but hazy night is expected. Seas will be moderate while winds northeast to east-southeast 5 to 35 kilometers per hour. The high tides will be at 4:12 a.m. and 5:19 p.m., while the low tides will be at 10:56 a.m. and 10:53 p.m. The sun will rise at 5:44 and set at 6:15. Tomorrow's temperature should reach a maximum of 31 degrees Celsius and fall to 26 degrees Celsius. Now for a recap of our headlines before we leave you. Early voters find salt at polling stations. IDA candidates hopeful as they cast votes, and TPP leader predicts victory. Thank you for choosing the Channel 5 News. I am Lindian Parks. We wish you to rejoin the panel, which will be hosted by Odika O'Neill, as we bring you the election results. Stay tuned.
Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Up your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This is for all who are hit the picnic and make them cry to God and their mommy. Please stop the agony. What children want is a gentle touch, not a kick, scratch, pinch, or cuff. Don't beat up on them so much.
That licks can't teach what is good for them, but it can lead to drug and alcohol abuse and serious mental health problems.
Get help now. Don't act in anger. Listen well. Talk to each other. A healthier home life for all makes a better future. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
Protect children from physical abuse. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Television has shown the world who we are.
And help the world to experience our excellence.
Television has shown the world our brilliance.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Get connected with Town & Country Planning Division. A brand new, user-friendly and personalized virtual experience is now at your fingertips from the comfort of your home. The Ministry of Planning and Development is moving towards creating a more citizen-centric service delivery with Town & Country Planning in mind. So, when exactly would you require the services of TCPD? Just about anything you do on your property requires approval from Town & Country Planning, including a room or building extension. You should go to the Town & Country Planning Division before you purchase a property, subdivide land, construct new buildings or structures, excavate, mine, or extract resources. Fun fact, even obtaining a liquor license requires Town & Country approval. The Town & Country Planning Division is transforming its operations to better serve you in key areas of service delivery, digitization, and automation. Improvement of our service delivery will see an improvement of the application process, enhancement of physical infrastructure and work environment, improved quality of service for internal clients, improved quality of service for external clients, increased public education of Town & Country Planning Division and the citizens of urban and regional planning. Digitization is becoming widely used as a solution to address issues of data mismanagement, loss, and degradation. At TCPD, digitization aims to repair 100% of damaged TCPD plotting maps and subdivision layouts from all 4 regional offices, scan approximately 145,000 files, 7,300 plotting maps and layouts, digitize all records and deposit in a central database for easy access through the TCPD. Our online construction permitting system, Develop TT, will ensure a greater ease in doing business. The creation of forms to capture standardized information in the applicant as well as the application, the redesigning of back-office processes, production of business intelligence reports to assess the performance of the system, as well as serving TCPD's organizational reporting needs. Why stand in line when you can click? With 24/7 access and a more seamless interaction, get connected. Register now to become a Develop TT user today. Visit us at www.developtt.gov.tt, www.tcpd.gov.tt, or email us at support@developtt.gov.tt.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
Up your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This is for all who are hit the picnic and make them cry to God and their mommy. Please stop the agony. What children want is a gentle touch, not a kick, scratch, pinch, or cuff. Don't beat up on them so much.
That licks can't teach what is good for them, but it can lead to drug and alcohol abuse and serious mental health problems.
Get help now. Don't act in anger. Listen well. Talk to each other. A healthier home life for all makes a better future. Drag your ball, Mr. Fiddler.
Protect children from physical abuse. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
For 60 years, television has shown us hundreds of stories. About our country, our people, and our culture.
Let's welcome Baby Lord.
It's our call. In Tobago, we know who we are. It's changing. It's our call. Do we let the actions of a few take it from us, or do we act? Call 800-TIPS or go online at crimestopperstt.com. It's an international system. It works and it's anonymous. It's our call. It's our call. Make it.
You're approved! Congratulations from Develop TT. Your planning permission has been granted and you now hold a permission approval letter. This letter is essential for conducting legal, financial, and construction development business. To ensure its authenticity, Develop TT issues letters, certificates, and documents with unique identifiers such as barcodes, watermarks, and audit trails. Still unsure if your certificate is real? No worries. You can easily confirm its authenticity by reaching out to any of our regional offices via these email. And if you prefer a phone call, here are the numbers for TCPD. If you prefer a more personal touch, our TCPD regional officers are just a phone call away. Are you in the process of purchasing a property but unsure if it has TCPD approval? Here's a helpful tip. You can visit the public register for this information. The Ministry of Planning and Development, along with local authorities, maintains a register that contains information about applications for planning permission. This register is available for public inspection at all times. Town and Country Planning Divisions and all TCPD regional offices physically maintain the public register. But guess what? Applications submitted through Develop TT can also be viewed digitally on our website at developtt.gov.tt. Our database is accessible to the public and no registration or login credentials are required. You can find general details about an application on the public register, including the application reference number, the applicant's name, address of the site, nature of the development, land use, status of the application, and the type of application or e-service submitted. But wait, there's even more to discover. You can also explore the land use policy on Develop TT through our online interactive map. With 3 map types available, including the policy layer, you can gain insight into the land use policy for Trinidad and Tobago. It's a valuable resource for understanding the development landscape. If you're interested in delving into the historic data on planning applications, you can visit any Town and Country Planning Division's regional office. They house a wealth of information waiting to be explored. We want to remind you that if you suspect any unauthorized development, take action. Start by visiting the Digital Public Register or reach out to the regional office via email. If it turns out to be unauthorized, you can utilize our e-service to submit an unauthorized development complaint at developtt.gov.tt.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
Television has helped tell the story of who we are. Television has captured the ways we celebrate. Television has shown the rich talent of our people.
Introducing Develop TT. Develop TT is Trinidad and Tobago's online construction development permitting system. Develop TT offers e-services that are part of the automated construction permitting system of Trinidad and Tobago. The e-service aims to provide a reliable, transparent, and effective construction development process for potential land and building developers, business persons, homeowners, contractors, and even architects. Say goodbye to time-consuming and paper-based submissions and not knowing the status of your applications. Instead, welcome a transformed way of doing business through Develop TT e-service, making your permission process faster, more accessible, seamless, and transparent. At Develop TT, you can now submit applications for planning permission, status of land correspondence, stamp duty exemption, liquor license, customs bonded correspondence, and submit an unauthorized development complaint digitally, safely, and securely. Through Develop TT, users can track their applications online and get timely emails in response to queries without having to leave the comfort of their home. How do you become a user? First, register for a TT Connect ID. Then, complete and submit the relevant TT BizLink registration form. Visit www.developtt.gov.tt to find a useful video tutorial on how to register and so much more about the e-service. Have no fear, Develop TT is here. Develop TT. Fast, simple, connected. Visit us at www.developtt.gov.tt, www.tcpd.gov.tt, or email us at support@developtt.gov.tt.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
Up your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This is for all who are hit the picnic and make them cry to God and their mommy. Please stop the agony. What children want is a gentle touch, not a kick, scratch, pinch, or cuff. Don't beat up on them so much.
That licks can't teach what is good for them, but it can lead to drug and alcohol abuse and serious mental health problems.
Get help now. Don't act in anger. Listen well. Talk to each other. A healthier home life for all makes a better future. Drag your ball, Mr. Fiddler.
Protect children from physical abuse. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
For 60 years, television has shown us hundreds of stories. About our country, our people, and our culture.
Let's welcome Baby Lord!
It's our call. In Tobago, we know who we are. It's changing. It's our call. Do we let the actions of a few take it from us, or do we act? Call 800-TIPS or go online at crimestopperstt.com. It's an international system. It works and it's anonymous. It's our call. It's our call. Make it.
You're approved! Congratulations from Develop TT. Your planning permission has been granted and you now hold a permission approval letter. This letter is essential for conducting legal, financial, and construction development business. To ensure its authenticity, Develop TT issues letters, certificates, and documents with unique identifiers such as barcodes, watermarks, and audit trails. Still unsure if your certificate is real? No worries. You can easily confirm its authenticity by reaching out to any of our regional offices via these email. And if you prefer a phone call, here are the numbers for TCPD. If you prefer a more personal touch, our TCPD regional officers are just a phone call away. Are you in the process of purchasing a property but unsure if it has TCPD approval? Here's a helpful tip. You can visit the public register for this information. The Ministry of Planning and Development, along with local authorities, maintains a register that contains information about applications for planning permission. This register is available for public inspection at all times. Town and Country Planning Divisions and all TCPD regional offices physically maintain the public register. But guess what? Applications submitted through Develop TT can also be viewed digitally on our website at developtt.gov.tt. Our database is accessible to the public and no registration or login credentials are required. You can find general details about an application on the public register, including the application
Good evening to you, Tobago, Trinidad, and the rest of the world joining us on our Facebook platform. Welcome to Tobago Channel 5's SNAP25 Special Election Night coverage. I am Odiko Neal and I'm here to be of service to you to take you through tonight's coverage, along with a panel who will be joining us a little later on tonight. At this point, it's a fluid night. Everything is happening rapidly. Our team is on the ground. They have been on the ground all day. And at any given moment, you might see someone coming into studio, and that's the beauty of live television. And that's because it's election night. And the results are coming in. The polls have closed, and the results are already starting to come in. And we'll start to provide you with those results as we get them. At this point, we have received from Tobago East. Let me just share with you. From Tobago East, the 5 of the polling stations, the IDA 14, the Patriotic Front 8, the PDP 54, the TPP 494, and the PNM 285. Let me go quick. Okay, great. So I'm seeing, oh, perfect. So I've just been told by our team in-house that, yes. So some of the results are on screen as we speak now. So I'm seeing there for the PNM, it's 285. Is this Tobago East again? Team will have to tell me in my earpiece, right? So for Tobago East, 285, I'm seeing therefore for the PNM. I'm seeing for the TPP, it's 494. For the PDP, it's 54, and for the IDA, 14. Well, when our analysts do join us on set this evening, they will give us their interpretation of the results as they come in. They will also give us an idea as to what the voter turnout was like and what it really represents. Today in the news as well, there was some talk about salt in the election. This is where culture and politics apparently collides. And I could actually pull up the script here. Yes, so it says it was in Speyside at the Anglican school in Speyside. That's one of the polling stations. Salt was seen laying across the roadway, and of course, some people say it's a sign of good luck, and some people say it's a sign to ward off evil. Whatever it is, it made its way into Tobago's politics. Unfortunately for some, and your beliefs, that's part of the folklore, that's part of our culture. All right, so our panel will be joining us. Let me see, Aisha, do you have any more results for me? In fact, let me introduce you to our team behind the scenes that we don't ever get to see on set. But our technical team is headed tonight by Mr. Dill Francis. And at one point or the other, we are going to hear from our team in the field who has been out all day today, our senior reporters here at Channel 5. That is Nadaleen Singh. She is based tonight at the People's National Movement headquarters on is at Robinson Street, the Tobago PNM, the PNM Tobago Council headquarters. She'll be there. And media specialist, senior media specialist, Camille McKechnie, she will be at the TPP's headquarters in Scarborough at the Port Mall. I also, of course, our head of news, Aisha Keynes-Dumas, she is very much with us and feeding us the information from the legitimate sources as they come in. Of course, our camera team, they're all here. Ryan O'Neill, our entire team is here. But it is going to be a fluid night, and as things go along, we will keep you up to date. And when the results continue coming in, we will share those with you. So stick with us tonight here on Tobago Channel 5 for SNAP25. I'll ask our team to take a break now, if that's okay. And we'll take that break now. Okay. Join us.
Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app. Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Welcome back to Tobago Channel 5 SNAP25 election night coverage. Our team of reporters, as I said earlier, are out tonight, and we will be joined by a panel shortly. I understand Mr. David Walker. He is a prominent figure in the political landscape here in Tobago, and he will have his assessment to present to us as our evening goes by. So some results are coming in so far this is Tobago East. Yes, I'm seeing the People's National Movement 456, the TPP 754, the PDP 75, and the IDA 17. So when our analysts do join us on set, they will give us their perspective in terms of what the results are looking like, what it is, what's their interpretation, right? And as I said, it is a fluid night. We had everybody on board here at Tobago Channel 5. Sean Benoit, our managing director, he's at the helm, and everybody's multitasking tonight. We have Ryan O'Neill, Job Israel, Mr. Kenyon Mills. Our entire team is here, okay? So, as I said, at any minute, they may be coming in to rush in to give us results or, as the evening goes along. But just to remind you, what triggered this election for today, April 28th, this general election was triggered this year when Dr. Keith Rowley officially demitted office on March 16th. Stuart Young was sworn in as Prime Minister on Monday, 17th of March, and he reshuffled his cabinet, and within just 24 hours, Prime Minister Young advised the President to dissolve Parliament and called a snap election. So today, we went out to the polls and everyone did their civic duty, but now we are just awaiting for the information to come to hand. All the results are coming in as we speak, and we are waiting for our panel to join us as well. So just to repeat for you what I'm seeing on screen now for Tobago East, for the PNM, we are seeing 456. For the TPP, we are seeing 754. For the PDP, 75, and for the IDA, 17. Of course, there were some challenges. Of course, in any election, it's usually said that, at the end of the day, people would encounter different challenges. Some of those challenges, I guess when the panel is here, we can discuss those as well. But of course, in the lead up to the election, the police gave us warning that there'll be heightened police presence because there was a looming threat. What that threat is, we're not clear on that, but what we do know is that there was a higher than usual police presence in this election so far. And when we meet and make connection with our team in the field, they will give us their perspective as well as what transpired on the ground today. Well, as I said, let me just give you those results one more time for Tobago East as we await our panelists to come and join us on set for this general election 2025 coverage. For the PNM, 456. For the TPP, 754. For the PDP, 75. For the IDA, 17. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to toss back to you now as we await the arrival of our first guest, who will join us tonight on set to discuss SNAP election 25 here on Tobago Channel 5, SNAP 25.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Some of the best things in life take 15 minutes or less, like ordering 2 doubles with slack pepper from your favorite doubles man. Completing a developed TT application online can be just as satisfying with a fast, simple, connected, automated construction permitting system. Doing business can become easy. Develop TT is here to do the heavy lifting of connecting applicants with agencies across the permitting system, making it a one-stop, seamless process. Your partnering agencies within the e-service are our 4 Town and Country Planning and Development Regional Offices, 14 Municipal Corporations, 5 Ministry of Works and Transport Divisions, 11 County Medical Offices of Health. Submitting an application for planning permission, status of land correspondence, stamp duty exemption correspondence, submit an unauthorized development complaint liquor license correspondence, custom and bounded correspondence, and you will be able to track your applications online, get a unique reference number when registered to use Develop TT, securely submit documents, reference digitized maps, and receive digital certificates on approval. Develop TT. Fast, simple, connected. Visit us at www.developtt.gov.tt, www.tcpd.gov.tt, or email us at support@developtt.gov.tt.
Bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, hi. This is for all who are hit the picnic and make them cry to God and their mommy. Please stop the agony. What children want is a gentle touch, not a kick, scratch, pinch, or cuff. Don't beat up on them so much.
That licks can't teach what is good for them, but it can lead to drug and alcohol abuse and serious mental health problems.
Get help now. Don't act in anger. Listen well. Talk to each other. A healthier home life for all makes a better future. Drag your ball, Mr. Fiddler.
Protect children from physical abuse. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7123 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Daddy said it was our special love.
I told my granny, but she didn't help.
He was so nice when we talked online.
I threw up again. I just can't sleep.
I failed my test. I missed school last week.
Now he wants pictures of my body. I have a right
to live free.
Stop hurting me, please.
Don't keep child abuse a secret. If you see something, say something. Report it today at 996. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
Television has helped tell the story of who we are. Television has captured the ways we celebrate. Television has shown the rich talent of our people.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Introducing
Welcome back to Channel 5's SNAP25 election night coverage. Now in Tobago, in this election, 2 seats are up for grabs, Tobago East and Tobago West. Tobago West has seen, 9 candidates vying in this race, and Tobago East has 5 hopefuls as well. But based on the results that we are seeing coming in so far, we believe it is only fair that we start to focus mainly on the 2 main rivals, the People's National Movement and the Tobago People's Party, because the results so far show that they are both leading in this race. And just to remind you who are the 2 candidates for Tobago East, it's David Thomas and Ayana Webster-Roy, incumbent. So David Thomas for the TPP and Ayana Webster-Roy, incumbent for the People's National Movement. For Tobago West, it's Shamfa Kojo-Lewis, incumbent, and Mr. Joel Notsi Sampson is our representative for the TPP or in this election. So as I said, it's a fluid night. Things are happening as it happens. We will give it to you in real time. And we are going to be soon joined by one of our guests here, David Walker, who will be joining us on set to give us his analysis and his view in terms of what this election results is looking like so far. So let me give you some of those results that are coming into us. Let's see again in Tobago West. If we're looking closely at, as I said, the PNM and the TPP, it's a close call there. So far in 3 polling stations, 342 for the People's National Movement, and for the TPP, 332. Yes, a 10-point difference. And if we look now at Tobago East, at 5 polling stations, if we look at the 2 major parties, the 2 main contenders, for the TPP, it's 494, and for the PNM, 285. So very soon, on set, we'll be joined by Mr. David Walker, and he will, as I said, will give us his analysis. Actually, I'm told by our crew, Mr. Dill Francis, that we can go right ahead and introduce Mr. Walker. Good evening to you, sir.
And good evening to you. Good evening to your viewers as well.
And welcome.
Nice to be here again.
Thank you. You are a resident analyst here at Tobago Channel 5.
From time to time.
Lovely, lovely. And so, what are you thinking and feeling so far? What's your interpretation of the results thus far? It's early yet.
And I have to confess, I haven't been able to follow much of it, save and apart, obviously, from what you just mentioned, yes. Which is pretty much in line with what I think most people were expecting. There was a widely held view, and I was in Charlottesville. I voted in Charlottesville this morning, so I got a sense of what is happening in the East.
Yes.
And the feeling was that the TPP were in a strong position in the East, so that, what you announce falls directly in line with that. In the West, most people that I spoke with thought it would be the reverse, that the PNM would be significantly stronger than the TPP, but from what you have mentioned, that is not the case. So that the TPP across the island seems to still have the momentum behind them.
Yes, and I mean, not earlier, but during the political campaigning, you would have thought that perhaps the fallout within the PDP, which would have been the one that would have had the majority in the THA, that you thought that fallout may have resulted in some type of effect or affect the results in this national election. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, most people believe that, and I believe that. I think in actual fact it may actually have had an effect. because given the margin of the victory in the THA elections, if that kind of sentiment had carried through, we wouldn't have even expected this to be close. So it is probably the case that they lost some of the momentum, but not enough for the PNM to fully recover and to get ahead of them again.
Okay. In terms of our voter turnout, what does that story tell us today? Well, so far it appears that people voted it was inundated with electors coming out to vote. It appears to be wider than usual.
A high turnout.
A high turnout, yeah.
Well, again, anecdotal evidence from me is I came up to vote, specifically to vote. And in coming up to vote, I encountered an awful lot of other people coming up to vote. So there was clearly an enthusiasm there for people to go out of their way to come and stain their finger, as we like to say. So yeah, so there was enthusiasm. So that's good for democracy because it shows that people are motivated, to have their views heard and be part of the decision-making process.
Did you have any concern that the smaller parties may split the vote?
Yes, I did, but again, talking to people on the ground, most people were cognizant of that and were determined to vote for one of the two main parties. Right. Whether that was their first choice or not, they would say, look, let me put my first choice to one side, I have to vote for one of these two.
What do you think now? As I said, it's early yet, so we're not certain what the results will be.
Of course, yeah.
But of course, what we're seeing so far appears to be, favoring not the incumbent, but the challengers. The challengers, yes. I want to be measured with my words, What do you think people are voting on? Or what do you think it's what triggered the election? Perhaps, let's say, the fallout within the People's National Movement?
I don't think so. I think the decision to call the election was the correct strategic move, regardless of the other circumstances. And by that I mean we have a deteriorating economic situation. In fact, a very, very badly deteriorating economic situation. And I can't see anybody in a political leadership position wanting to carry it to the last possible date. So I was not surprised that they did it almost as early as it was possible to do. I think the economic situation had a lot to do with that. And also, you have to factor in the resignation of Dr. Rowley. That must have played a part in their decision-making as to when to go. I think a view was held within the PNM that people wanted to see a fresh approach from the PNM. So instead of going for another party, let us almost rebrand the PNM by having this young new leader so that you take away some of the attractiveness of voting for something else. So I believe those were the factors that drove them to go early. And, looking on as an armchair political analyst, I would say that was the right decision. I think if they had waited longer, it could not be to the benefit of the PNM. Whether they succeed or not, but I think it was the right decision strategically.
What is the current health of our economy and that Dr. Rowley would have left behind? And all of these promises that were made on the election campaign, do you think a new government going in, whether it be the PNM or the TPP or whoever, the coalition, if there's a coalition or whatever new government goes in, how do you think they're going to fulfill all those campaign promises made?
I have been saying for a while that it almost didn't matter which one went in, they have all overpromised. Given our known difficulties, the dragon gas, the lack of diversification, the effects of crime on business and finance, added to the turmoil on the international scene, it is going to be a very, very challenging financial situation for anybody to manage. And one of my disappointments, though not surprising, with the debates running up to the election was the relative lack of discussion of that, of how are we going to manage economically going forward. I wanted to hear more from all the relevant parties about how they see us managing the difficult economic climate that we are already facing.
Yes, yes. In fact, that's a good point, Mr. Walker. In terms of the quality of the campaigning, do you think the issues were properly well ventilated? And
no, not at all. Not at all. Starting obviously with the economy and crime. I have not heard any prospective solutions that give me any great degree of confidence. There were one or two little bits and pieces, but they don't inspire confidence. You know, we've heard those kinds of, for how long have we been hearing that this is the time for diversification? Yet in these debates, I haven't heard anything of significance from any of the parties as to what does diversification mean and what will it look like when it arrives. I believe we have to go further with diversification now than what we were discussing 5 years ago. What I mean by that is when we talk diversification, we usually talk about diversification across sectors, so we're not relying on oil and gas alone, we are tourism, manufacturing, etc., and regions. What I think we have to seriously address now, given the goings on in America and all this business about tariffs and other international financial constraints, I am strongly of the view that we need to sit together. This is one thing I would really love the parties to sit together on, although I know it's not likely to happen,
yes,
as to how we are going to address the new world economic order.
Yes.
Because we can't go about business as usual. We have a president of the United States who you could sign an agreement with next week and you're not sure it's going to last till the month after.
Yes.
We have to diversify our trading relationships. Our trading relationships are too heavily weighted, and I understand why we got ourselves into that position. I'm not criticizing anybody for it, but if we don't do something about it, then I think we need to be critical.
Yes, understood. Mr. Walker, at this point I'm getting some results coming in. May I just go ahead and read that for our viewers as well tonight?
Yes.
All right, so for Tobago West, I'm seeing here, Ms. Dumas, our head of news, has sent me some results here that have been verified. For the People's National Movement in, in Tobago West, 6 polling stations. For the People's National Movement, we are seeing 564. And for the TPP, we are seeing 492. A kind of close call there, right? In the East, 13 stations. We are seeing for the PNM 829 votes. And for the TPP, it's 1,506.
Wow. That's a big change from the last set of numbers that you gave.
Yes, indeed, indeed. So, what do you think in terms of what have inspired voters, especially in the East, as we're looking at the results coming in? Is it the youth vote that we're looking at there? Is it just people or is it because historically the East has always favored or been anti-PNM?
Well, there is a strong element of that, but my experience in the East, particularly Charlottesville, is that PNM has been very strong. It's not as if they've been, particularly weak over the years. But at this point in time, perhaps because of Fali Augustine being a young person, inspiring the youth in the area, and that they are turning out. We don't often pay enough attention to the youth in elections and the role that they can play. A significant youth turnout can turn the tables in almost any election. So if he did manage to get the young people to come out and support him, then that would explain it. Now, I was in Charlottesville yesterday when the TPP came through with their with their crowd.
Yes.
It was massive.
Yes.
It really was massive. So it seems that people were in their group out of conscience, out of really wanting to be there. Because whenever you watch these parades coming through, you have to wonder how many of them there just because they get a free T-shirt.
Correct.
But it seems that people, based on those results, it suggests that it was genuine support.
What role does these rallies, or do these rallies and these motorcades have in terms of generating or getting people to come out to vote? Do you see them as effective, or is it just window dressing?
I have always wondered about that myself. And after watching yesterday, it had me thinking that perhaps it's the last little push that people need, and that little reminder, get out tomorrow and vote. That if there hadn't been this build-up, they may have just, let it slide, forget about it.
Yes. Yes. Actually, what did you get a chance at all to view any of the rallies at all for the, let's say, in Trinidad, the UNC, the PNM, and here, the TPP?
I only managed, because I've been very busy, I only managed to attend one rally because it was convenient, and it was a UNC rally, as it happened.
Was it the final rally? The final?
No. But the people were enthusiastic, as you would expect. You assume that at the rally, it's all their supporters.
Yeah,
so it was enthusiastic support, and the speakers performed reasonably well. Kamla Prasad Bisesa was not there, so this was a number of other people.
Yes.
And they seemed to perform pretty well, and the audience certainly liked them. But then I imagine if I went to any other rally, PNM, UNC, whatever, I would probably get the same kind of reaction. People go to support. Then I wonder how many people actually go to listen as opposed to support their team.
And entertainers. Even the entertainers seem to be, have their own, what should I call it, their own input, because we would see on the PNM, we saw Iowa George, he would have been there. Yeah. And then he made a switch and was on the UNC's platform.
The UNC, yeah.
So that in itself is an interesting dynamic to witness. In terms of the UNC, on the last night of their rally, on the Saturday night, Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, political leader, her speech seemed as if she was saying, I'm the mother of the nation, and I love you all, and she spoke about crime. And what do you think of that type of speech to try to generate or evoke that type of emotion?
Well, I didn't hear it, but it is a fairly standard appeal that certain politicians like to use internationally. Others go for a more aggressive, bash the opposition type of approach. It's a little strange coming from her, given what has transpired previously, especially in this election.
Yes.
So maybe she's decided that the time has come to dial back on this aggressive attack on the other side and embrace everybody. Maybe she felt that the other side had been too aggressive, and maybe she could provide a contrast to what they had been up to. I don't know. This is just me making a guess as to why she did it.
So would you say campaigning on personality and attacking personality instead of focusing on policy may have been in her favor in that regard? And is that something we're accustomed to and we've learned to accept here in Trinidad and Tobago?
I've been saying for a while that I believe our people are ready for a more informed, reasoned discussion from our politicians. But I tend to view it as one goading the other. Yeah. So even though somebody starts off thinking, well, okay, I'll go up there and make sensible arguments and so on, when the other party attacks them,
yes,
vilifies them almost,
yes,
most people respond in kind, which is the wrong thing to do.
Right.
But unfortunately, that's the way most people respond.
Right, because the PNM used their theme seemed to be about a new chapter, because we had a new face in Stuart Young, and I would have heard along the way Stuart Young, attacking Carmel Possessor because of her age and speaking about her frailty and that kind of thing. But she said in her speech, she said she may have been, frail, but she has a mental grit to, to lead, So it's interesting, that how, what do you call it, the personality attacking, that descending in that type of politics is not really...
Well, I think she's made a mistake for years. This, again, my personal view. Having been up against Rowley, I think she should have given a softer face over the years. Given his aggressive nature, she should have provided a balance to that. But she chose to take him on, full force.
Yes. All right, so Mr. Walker, let's maybe ask our crew to take a little break at this moment and this juncture. I hope that our crew is there with us at this point. I know everybody's out and about trying to get our results going. All right, so I'm told we can go ahead and take that break, and when we come back, we'll have more. And maybe we could start to look now at the scenarios, possible scenarios in terms of, going ahead if there is a win here and what that scenario could look like, right? So we'll be back in a bit here on Tobago Channel 5, SNAP25, election night coverage. Stay with us.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Daddy said it was our special love.
I told my granny, but she didn't help.
He was so nice when we talked online. I threw up again. I just can't sleep.
I failed my test. I missed school last week.
Now he wants pictures of my body. I have a right
to live free.
Stop hurting me.
Please.
Don't keep child abuse a secret. If you see something, say something. Report it today at 996. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
To Tobago Channel 5's coverage, SNAP25 of coverage of our election here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we've been looking at Tobago specifically, and with my guest tonight, Mr. David Walker. He is our political analyst. I would call him our resident political analyst, that we could say here for Channel 5. And Mr. Walker, let's take a look now at the scenarios, possible scenarios. Right? So let's say, and in fact, let me go before we look at the actual scenario. People have been saying that all along during the campaign that Tobago is kingmaker. Explain what that means to citizen Tobago. Auntie and uncle sit down in their home looking at us tonight. What does that mean?
The conventional wisdom, and let me say something first.
Sure.
I am an amateur political analyst. I'm a financial analyst, but being involved, so closely with the people in politics,
yes.
In dealing with financial matters, it's the politicians I'm talking to all the time.
Understood.
So it's given me a good insight into and I have assisted political parties going forward. So I wouldn't like anybody to think that I am a professional political analyst. So yes, going forward, I started to say it earlier about the challenges that we are going to face that are unlike anything that Trinidad and Tobago has ever faced.
Yes.
The election will probably be decided by 1 or 2 seats. The conventional wisdom is that there are probably 19 seats that UNC has that they are not likely to use, and equally there are 19 seats that the PNM has that they are not likely to use. So it is the other 3 seats, 2 of which are in Tobago,
yes, that
will determine the outcome of the election if conventional wisdom holds.
Yes.
Right. Given that that is the case, you're looking at the seats in Trinidad that look like possible flips. I have heard on the ground that the UNC people are quite optimistic about 2 seats in particular. One is Tenapuna, where Roger Alexander, who is well known, is their candidate, and the other, very surprisingly to me, is Point Fortin. But I note that late in the campaign, they had endorsement from Iowa George,
yes,
who is a mini king in Point Fortin.
Yes.
If he brings over 100 voters, that might be enough.
Right.
So that's what I'm hearing. I have not heard anything from people I know on the PNM side as to seats traditional UNC seats that they think that they could get hold of.
Yes. Now, let's look at those 2 seats then. We don't have any facts coming in at this time in terms of Trinidad figures, right? But
yeah.
Tunapuna and Point Fortin, why would that shift take place in Tunapuna? Do you think it's based on that candidate? Yes, who the UNC would have?
Well, it's a couple of things. The candidate is one, I'll come back to that. The other is that Tunapuna has always been a marginal seat. Because remember, Tunapuna was held by my cousin, Dr. Emmanuel Hossain, of the UNC way back.
Right.
But then PNM got hold of it and held on to it for a while.
Yes.
But I think there was another UNC person who held it at some other time. So it's been that type of seat. Right. So that is a seat you would look at as a possible flip.
Yes.
The same can be said of St. Augustine. So although I didn't mention St. Augustine previously, St. Augustine is another possibility. Right. But I haven't heard them talking much about it as one of their, what they expect to be a likely turnaround.
Yes.
And Point Fortin, as we said, isn't traditionally a marginal seat, but from what I am hearing, and I have a lot of friends in Point Fortin, they are telling me there's a lot of enthusiasm for the UNC right now.
And perhaps it's come back down to diversification and what happened with the state refinery there in Point Fortin that perhaps may have had an impact?
Well, that wound has not healed. I'm surprised it didn't have more of an impact in the elections since. But maybe it's taking time for people to eventually realize, look, we need to look in a different direction if we are going to recover in this area.
Yes.
Whether they will or not is, remains to be seen.
Right, of course.
But they have got to the point now where they feel they will only go further down the track in the degradation and the suffering that they're going through. So let's try something else.
Right. And coming back to Tunapuna, the candidate that the UNC placed, his name is slipping me right now.
Yeah, I can't. Is it Ford?
No, it's a television personality and a crime fighter, former...
the UNC, that's Roger...
Anybody in our team could just whisper that name to me.
Okay.
Candidate for the UNC.
First name, Roger.
Roger, oh my goodness, that's slipping me too, boy. Come on. All right, so...
This is the guy who was on the crime program on television always.
Correct. So do you think that he's possibly bringing some type of hope?
Well, there'll be a lot of people. There are voters we're seeing around the world now who go for celebrity. They go for the face that they know, the voice that they are accustomed hearing. So maybe that would work for them.
Right. And what about crime itself, Mr. Walker? Do you think people are so disenchanted and so tired of being fearful that may have also contributed to a swing if that does happen?
Talking to people, I do get a sense that people feel that if they carry on with the regime they have, that the crime will only get worse.
Yeah.
They don't have much confidence in the other side either, but it might be the lesser of two evils.
Mm-hmm. Got you. I hear you. I hear you in that. All right. So I'm seeing on screen now, we're seeing some results coming in for Tobago East. We will look at the IDA and the PF still, just to mention the count there so far for the IDA 25 and for the Patriotic Front 18. But we're looking higher up at the PDP, it's 265. So far, the two major political parties, we're seeing the PNM, it's 1,078, and for the TPP, it's 1,802. As those results keep coming in. Mm-hmm.
Given the size of the electorate up there, I think that's almost conclusive. What's the total electorate up there? Do your people have that?
Gosh, I really wish I had those facts with me on set to analyze right here tonight. No, unfortunately I don't have those.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, but I suspect that is a large proportion of the eligible voters.
Yes.
And it was that almost 2 to 1?
Correct, and I mean we don't have the actual count to see, And I don't know how many polling stations that is and how many more left to go for the night, you know?
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, it would take an amazing turnaround now.
To change.
What's the situation in the West? Any updates since the last one?
Any updates in the West? 17 out of 54. 17 out of 54. Explain that to me. 17 out of okay, so 17 out of 54 polling stations, and the results is? And what are those results, Mr. Francis? 1,800. Oh, so he was telling me that's Tobago East, what we were seeing on screen just now, or what we're seeing on screen now. It's 17 out of 54 polling stations. Right, I just saw it there. Good. So that explains right. Okay, but so it is still early yet, you know, for us to, but you suspect, as you said, the numbers.
Yeah, because it would be very surprising if the trend in the others isn't similar.
Yes. All right. In terms of setting a legislative agenda, I mean, the government in power, that's their mandate, right, to set the new legislative agenda. Let's look at a scenario now. If the TPP were to win one seat in Tobago, what would that look like going forward? Yes.
Well, again, it obviously depends on what happens in Trinidad as well. But if that if that one seat is enough to keep PNM from having an absolute majority, then it gives the TPP an amazing amount of leverage.
How so? Because what we heard on the campaign trail was that, you know, their policies may not align with whoever
people will talk
partner with.
They can talk all they like. If we get to that situation, what are their choices? If it comes down again to the situation of the two big parties having 20 each, and TPP having 1, is TPP going to sit on the sidelines and not align themselves with one of the two? Because the only way they get power is through an alignment.
Yes.
They would be in an incredible negotiating position. All the cards, as they say, would be in their hands.
Yes.
They could determine who is the next prime minister, who gets to run the country for the next 5 years.
Yes.
I can't see them turning that down.
Yes.
The challenge would be to handle the negotiations properly, to get a good deal for Tobago.
Yeah.
But if it comes to that, I would be surprised, disappointed if they allow that to pass.
Yeah. Yeah. And what do you think they should negotiate for if they are come out victorious with one seat?
The argument has been consistent for as long as I can remember. For the autonomy, that has been the main thing that they've been putting on the table again and again and again. Now, I have some concerns about how we deal with autonomy. So I'm hopeful that even in arguing for autonomy, they do it in the right way and they seek the right things.
Yes.
One classic example of that for me is this argument we're having presently about sandals. There's a lot of argument about all kinds of issues, but I see it to a great extent involving autonomy. Why should central government in Trinidad decide that they're going to speak to a particular supplier,
yes,
decide what product they want from that supplier, and then just come to the Tobago House of Assembly and say, here it is, take it or leave it? To my mind, all such discussions should be initiated by the THA, not central government. I think we've got it totally the wrong way around.
Yes.
And in fact, that's what the legislation says. Under the 5th schedule, tourism falls under the THA. So the THA should be the ones who sit with the people in Tobago and we determine we want a 400-room hotel or whatever, and we want this, that, and the other. And then we can sit with the government. So we should be inviting the central government to then partner with us to deliver what the people of Tobago determine is best for Tobago.
Yeah.
I think we've got it totally upside down.
I hear you. Yes. I mean, I can't agree or disagree with you, but yes, I hear you.
Yeah, and there's another side to that as well, and that actually is what the recently proclaimed procurement legislation demands, that you set out what your requirements are, and then you put that to multiple possible suppliers. You don't go to one person and say, what have you got that you want to sell us? That is not the way their own legislation demands that we do procurement.
Correct. Understood. All right. So I see, Mr. Walker, we are getting some more results. Yes.
Great.
I'm seeing for Tobago West. How many, Mr. Francis, will have to be clear with me, how many seats we're looking at there? That's 10 out of 62, is it? 10 out of 62 for Tobago West. We're seeing the results coming in. I'm going to still call the smaller parties as well. IDA 6, the PDP 36. For the TPP, it's 796, and for the PNM, 793.
Wow. So that's tightening.
Yes, it is. It is tightening.
I think that's the one everybody will be looking at for the next hour.
Yes, of course. Understood. Do you think people are voting just based on party loyalty? Do you think people are voting on issues like the autonomy that we just spoke of? What's your feeling there? Is it an indictment on the incumbent candidate?
It certainly is an indictment on the incumbent, but people always vote on a variety of factors. Yeah. So it's never any one. There might be, for different individuals, there might be one pressing issue as opposed to the others, which they would consider, but not as much as that one pressing issue. I feel that there is, both in Tobago and in Trinidad, a tiredness with what is perceived as a failure of the incumbents to deliver in central government. So I think that is probably playing a major role in the depressed numbers for the PNM.
Right, okay, and I'm seeing some new results there, yes, for Tobago West. Is it? 11 out of 62. Okay, I'm not certain if I'm clear there. Guys in studio, you'll just be clear with me. 11 out of 62. So Tobago West, I'm seeing the PF 10. I am seeing the IND 6, or the smaller parties, yes? And I'm also seeing, oh gosh, I really need some help with my glasses. Right, so it's a little difficult for me to see exactly, but these are the smaller parties, but, and they're not really making a dent, But do you think it's part of our maturity, to see that the emergence of so many smaller parties coming up in this election, especially in Tobago? And my other question with that too, is it maturity or an opportunity?
I see some of the smaller parties in seeking to engage in the public discourse. I am fairly sure they know they're not going to be successful. Right. And I think they feel that the two major parties, as we said a little earlier, aren't addressing the critical issues in the manner that they would like.
Yes.
And I think they say, okay, I don't know how much it costs to...
It's 5,000 deposit, right?
Right.
Non-refundable.
So they may decide, for the sake of the 5,000, let me go out there and get my views in front of the people. And maybe the views that I express might help people to make a decision as between the two big parties.
Right, and that's some good valid points indeed there, Mr.
Yeah, because there's nothing else for them to gain unless somebody is just such, a hog for publicity that that they will go up anyway, just to say, I have been a candidate.
Yes, yes.
I don't think there'll be many people.
Right, right.
Like that.
So a name just came to me as you were talking about the issues, you know. So crime, Roger Alexander,
Right.
UNC. So it may not be just personalities who may be encouraged, you know, people may encourage to vote because of the personality, but it could be crime or their hope that he may be able to have some type of impact.
Yeah, people will make their judgments. I suspect this is a totally hypothetical and almost impossible situation. But if there was a candidate who could persuade people that they could solve crime, they would walk away with any seat. But people have to believe that. But that can't happen. But people are desperate for the crime situation to be resolved.
But even after the PNM made their reshuffle, you don't think that had an impact at all, but under Stuart Young, and who he had put in place for, I think it was the former Minister of Public Utilities, and they didn't have that confidence in him.
No, I think I almost said I have to make a confession.
Please do.
I know more than most people about policing. One of my hats is that I am also a professional data analyst. And I have done data analysis systems for what they call constabularies in the UK.
Yeah.
So I know policing, I know what it takes, I know that without data, you're almost doomed to fail.
Yeah.
And we do not have data.
Yes.
I had an incident, it's still ongoing, which went through the police, and they can't find any records.
Yes.
You know, you go in, you make a report, and when time comes for you to get a copy of the report, they don't know where it is. They don't know. Yeah. How can you solve crime?
Oh, yes, yeah.
So for me, things like that are fundamental. And again, just as with the finance, I'm not hearing anybody talking about it.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you, yes. All right. So what we'll do now, Mr. Walker, and to our viewers, we will take a quick break now and come back with some more for you after a few messages from our sponsors.
FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today. MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Television has helped tell the story of who we are. Television has captured the ways we celebrate. Television has shown the rich talent of our people.
Introducing Develop TT. Develop TT is Trinidad and Tobago's online construction development permitting system.
Develop TT offers e-services that are part of the automated construction permitting system of Trinidad and Tobago.
The e-service aims to provide a reliable, transparent, and effective construction development process for potential land and building developers, business persons, homeowners, contractors, and even architects.
Say goodbye to time-consuming and paper-based submissions and not knowing the status of your applications. Instead, welcome a transformed way of doing business through Develop TT e-service, making your permission process faster, more accessible, seamless, and transparent. At Develop TT, you can now submit applications for planning permission, status of land correspondence, stamp duty exemption, liquor license, customs bonded correspondence, and submit an unauthorized development complaint digitally, safely,
and securely. Through Develop TT, users can track their applications online and get timely emails in response to queries without having to leave the comfort of their home. How do you become a user? First, register for a TT Connect ID. Then, complete and submit the relevant TT BizLink registration form. Visit www.developtt.gov.tt to find a useful video tutorial on how to register and so much more about the e-service. Have no fear, Develop TT is here. Develop TT. Fast, simple, connected. Visit us at www.developtt.gov.tt, www.tcpd.gov.tt, or email us at support@developtt.gov.tt.
Welcome back to Tobago Channel 5 SNAP25 special election night coverage. I've been speaking with our analyst on set, who his background is as an economist, as he wanted to make clear tonight. But Mr. Walker is with us, and we are going to be joining now in the field Maxwell Taylor. He is one of Channel 5's reporters here, and he is based with the IDA, I believe. Good evening to you, or good night to you. Good evening to you, Max.
Yes.
Hi.
Here at IDA headquarters is a somber mood. When I spoke to Gerald Balfour early in the day, he indicated that it would have been a hard uphill battle for him. And at headquarters now, Kay Trotman is here, the Tobago West candidate. And the acknowledgement is that it is indeed and was indeed expected to be a difficult battle for the IDA. But the presence is there, and they intend to continue to fight for Tobago, for the autonomy and for the other bills and for the other projects that Tobago needs. So at IDA headquarters, although it looks like it won't be a representation in Parliament, the political party is here, the political leader is here, and the fight will go on.
All right, thank you so much for that, Max. So generally, the feeling that you get, it's concession across in the IDA camp tonight.
Repeat that, please, Monica.
Yes, so I'm saying that in the IDA camp tonight, it's more or less accepting defeat at the polls today?
Yes, it's somber, and it was a fight. Everybody agreed very well it was a difficult battle, a difficult fight this time around.
Yeah.
But the party is, retooling, and it's going to continue to battle for Tobago.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Mr. Max, today when you were at the polling stations, when you were out today in the field, what was the feeling like today? What was the turnout like where you were based?
Well, the turnout seems to have been high. Many of I spoke to the presiding officer, but I was there around noon, and at that time she says there's a tendency to have a heavy crowd coming in the afternoon and the evening. So at the point I left, it was slow but steady.
All right. And did you notice anything unusual, interesting today? Any irregularities?
Only Thomas spoke about some irregularities at some of the stations in the east, and he said he would have gone around to make sure that to see what the turnout was like. and to ensure there was no other irregularities. His concern was with some campaigning issues still being allowed near the polling station. He didn't want to elaborate on any names, but he said that was the only thing he saw in the Tobago East space.
All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Max, for sharing an update there with us.
Yes, you're welcome, Monica.
Okay, thank you so much again. Yes, so Mr. Walker, just as you said, you know, the smaller parties, we didn't expect them to make a dent, but they put up a fight.
Yes, and they have very good arguments to make. So there is a space for them to contribute. My desire is to see them extend this and make it an ongoing thing, not just 1 month or 2 months before each election. You know, because their role, it seems to me, and I think this is the way some of them see it, is educating the public and also raising issues that the bigger parties tend to ignore, but which nonetheless are very important to the electorate. So I hope they continue doing that and be active throughout the period between elections.
All right, good. And Mr. Walker, my team was just speaking to me in the earpiece and telling us there's another update coming into us in Tobago West on 15 polling stations out of 62, the PDP 71, IDA 11. So far in the major political parties now in Tobago West, the PNM 1,152 votes and the TPP 1,226 votes. How are things looking at this juncture? What's our time now? We are actually 9:17, 20 past 9.
You know, it's too early to write anybody off of the major parties.
Yes.
But having said that, I think it seems almost certain that TPP is going to take the East. I am prepared to make that statement. In the West, it looks like it's going to go right down to the wire.
Right, okay. Wow, okay. Interesting indeed. Right, so we were speaking earlier about the economy and, you know, the challenges that the world is facing right now. The new representatives going into office, how are they going to be able to address immediate economic challenges?
I feel they're going to have to revisit everything they said on, you know, on the hustings in front of their supporters. Because I have heard so many things promised that will clearly not be delivered. So I think there are going to have to be hard decisions made as to what can still be done and what can't. I also believe that more fundamentally, we have to review our decision making with respect to investments and the way we spend public money.
Mm-hmm.
We can't carry on the way we do. We can't carry on you know, approving projects for 250 million and then the project coming in at over 1,000 million. We simply cannot carry on doing that. And the procurement legislation, I believe, gives us the blueprint as to how to get these things under control.
Yes.
So one of the things I'm going to be looking forward to, and I feel the population has to hold whoever is in charge
yes.
Accountable for that. And that is that they must follow the procurement legislation, because I think the procurement legislation is the key to better expenditure of public money,
yes.
at least with capital projects.
Yes.
We're going to have to look again as well at the current expenditure, you know, that the wages, the salaries, the maintenance, and so on.
Yes.
We're really going to have to take a long, hard look at that, because most of us in our day-to-day lives encounter situations where we see waste. We see money being spent in ways that are far, far from optimal. And I am not saying that we should go like, you know, this American department that they've created, because I think that itself is inefficient. But I do see And I'm sure almost everybody sees lots of ways in which we could improve the performance of the public sector at less cost. And we have to put some serious energy into that. We can't go on spending the way we are. And in Tobago in particular, we've said it so many times, too high a proportion of the labor force is employed by the state. So when I hear arguments about who's going to employ more between the political parties, I'm wondering, are they really understanding what is going on? What they need to be doing, and I've heard one or two people say it, is we need to be finding ways to motivate the private sector so that the private sector is the one that is expanding employment, not the public sector. We have so much wasteful expenditure on salaries in the public sector, but nobody wants to send people home. So we have to, the economic strategy has to find a way to employ people in the private sector. In an ideal world, in my ideal world, the public sector should be struggling to get people because the private sector is so efficient at doing what they're doing and employing people at good salaries that the public sector should be struggling.
Yes.
In fact, it's the opposite. We have to find ways to turn that around.
Yes. In that regard, I will have to agree with you. I'm supposed to be neutral, but I certainly do understand your position there, you know.
Yeah, but that's a fairly well-accepted position internationally anyway, even though people mostly pay lip service to it. But most governments, most professionals in the field agree that the state should not be taking up the majority of the working population, because what do we then leave for productive employment in the private sector?
Yes, yes. And I mean, now, Mr. Walker, wasn't that one of the issues that the PNM, campaigned on? They said the SMEs would have been, given so many different grants and support going forward. You don't think that was enough to convince the electorate?
Maybe people were convinced by it, but the history tells us, because we've heard all these promises before, and we're not hearing a different methodology. We're not hearing, okay, we did this in the past, that didn't work because, you do your analysis and find out why it's not working, rectify that and come back to the people with a new methodology, and also you monitor whether it's delivering or not. But we just, give out these bland promises, like what we've been hearing with diversification for so long, at least 20 years.
Understood. Now, as I said, we are both still saying that, the results is still early to tell, to say exactly where it will go. But do you believe that this election is going to set the stage for a new political culture in Tobago, one that's more collaborative or divided? What do you think?
I don't see it. As much as I want it, I just do not see it. I don't know that any of our major politicians even appreciates the need for it. So I don't think there's a drive coming from the politicians to their supporters telling them, look, this is the better route going forward. And until it comes from there, I don't think there's any likelihood that we would see it happen.
Yeah. And we're coming back to what triggered this election. I don't know if you'll be able to give your take on that, right? So the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, he would have demitted office and installed Stuart Young as his predecessor. Do you think that, what type of impact do you think that has had internally? I mean, they kept saying that there is a rift. You hear that on the ground, there's some type of rift involved there. His decision to call the election a mere 24 hours after, do you think that may have come from there, or was that the overall strategy?
I am convinced it was already decided. It was a decision. I can't imagine that Stuart Young would have been handed the leadership role, the prime ministership role, and in his very first 24 hours, he makes such a big decision. I just don't see that as being likely or credible. So that had to be a decision from the top. I presume that it was done in collaboration with the other leaders of the party, unless Keith Rowley, in typical Keith Rowley style, made the decision on his own and then simply announced it to everybody else. Certainly, it sounded to me that the other side of it, the appointment of Stuart Young, wasn't known to a lot of the people at the top in the party, based on the reaction, because remember there was a negative reaction from a number of people. That suggests to me that it wasn't widely known amongst the senior people in the party that this is the route that they wanted to go.
Right.
So it was a plan. It wasn't spur of the moment. It was a plan to hand over power and to call the election shortly thereafter.
Yes, and at this stage we still can't say if it worked or not.
Yeah. Now I don't know whether the thinking by Rowley and anyone else who was involved was that way or in the opposite direction. What I mean by that is, could they have decided, first of all, that we need to call an election soon? And having decided that, then said, you know, we can't go up with the old guard. We have to put somebody else in first before. So which decision then generated the other decision?
That's the part we have to determine now. You know?
Yeah, well, I don't think it makes that much of a practical difference anyway. But those were the two decisions, and I think they were made sequentially. One was made, and once that one was made, the other had to follow.
All right, okay, good. Now, Mr. Walker, we're getting some information that we are going to see a video from the TPP's chairman, party chairman, Anne Natasha Second, and she spoke to the media about the mood in the TPP camp. We'll look at that video now.
So what information can you give us about what's happening right now?
Well, we've been monitoring the numbers. A number of polling data has come in. We're quite confident that we are winning both in the east and in the west. We are very interested in the shift in the votes in some of the areas that used to be PNM stronghold. It's very encouraging. I want to thank Tobago for that confidence in our election day machinery and in our fledgling party. We are really having a good day.
Are you all surprised?
We are not surprised at all. We would have put in the work. We established all of the structures that were necessary. Even though we are a new party, we are completely structured. We have all of the arms of a political party and a very strong election day machinery and a strong message. And Tobagonians understood the message, and they have clearly voted against the disrespect of the national leaders at the time, the PNM, and we have demonstrated as a people that we want better and that we believe in ourselves.
What's the mood like in the camp now?
Very ecstatic, very strong, and very confident.
What message do you feel resonated with the Tobago population? And the Tobago population seem to have voted you guys overwhelmingly during this time.
I believe that they understood the message about disrespecting Tobagonians in terms of the share of the national pie, in terms of the share of the resources and so on. They understood that. They accepted that we cannot continue to be disrespected, and that was a big part of our campaign. The political leader would have led us through that kind of discussion. The people understood the message. So at 10:30, our political leader is going to be addressing you and giving you a full expo of everything.
Would that be at Esplanade or right here?
He's going to be right here.
All right, that was an interview there with our very own Camille McKechnie, the TPP chairman, and Natasha Second. So, Mr. Walker, she's sensing victory, apparently.
Well, given the numbers we heard from the East, if I were in her position, I'd be very confident. I wouldn't be as confident in the West, but then maybe she's seen other numbers that we haven't yet seen.
Correct.
Because I'm sure they, right up to date, they probably have somebody in every polling booth sending numbers in.
Right. And someone told me in our newsroom chat that 25,000 or so registered to vote in East and West Tobago.
Total 25,000. That sounds about right.
Yeah, it's about 25,000.
So we're still a long way from that. So even if we got, say, 60% of the people voting, that's still 15,000. We're still a long way from that.
Wow. Okay. All right. So, but then they're already looking to celebrate, apparently. So as you say, they may know more than us, you know.
Yeah, and in the East, you don't generally, even, you know, in any campaign, even early on, you don't tend to see such a wide margin. And you don't get being close in that time. Except there are some elections, like in America, there are some constituencies, some polling divisions that are very, very heavily for one party as against the other. So even though you have a deficit and you still have that polling station to come, you know you have a chance. But our voting doesn't tend to be like that, except in one or two areas. Like if you go to Laventille, you know, certain areas, you're going to be about 3-1 or 4-1 PNM.
Yes, understood. It'll be interesting to see the results there as well, you know. And well, that's one of those that everybody just writes off as a foregone conclusion every 5 years. Understood. And as we heard from the TPP's chairman, she said at 10:30, the political leader, the Chief Secretary, current Chief Secretary and leader of the TPP, Mr. Farley Augustin, he will be addressing the supporters there. So it looks like this victory it's already set there, but as we said earlier, it's still 9:30. So let's see on screen now, Mr. Walker. We're getting some more results coming in Tobago West. 15 out of 62 polling stations. Am I correct? 15 out of, right? We're looking at the PDP 75, the IDA 25. We're looking at the PNM 1,210, and for the TPP 1,272. You know, what came to mind just now, you know, I'm looking at the two candidates there and I'm recalling what the campaign trail and what was said then, and, you know, Shamfa Kajo against, who's an experienced politician.
Very.
And Joel Natsi Sampson, this is his first time entering at that stage. And, you know, the peacock on the platform was that, you know, his speech isn't, you know, he's reading from text and not from his head, and he doesn't have that experience. You know, again, the attacks on personality, do you think it may not have favored her because of that? Or is it just the general?
I think it's just a general feeling that people had, that they've had their time. You know, they came in with a lot of hope and expectations, and people feel let down.
Yes, yeah.
I do believe that. Let me introduce something that's not been mentioned so far. What do these results portend for the future of Watson Duke?
I should ask you. That's an excellent, yes.
It is something that I have been looking at.
Yes.
And I think, to use a horse racing metaphor, he's run his course.
Oh. So you're saying that his political career has ended?
I suspect so. I don't see a recovery from a defeat of that magnitude.
Yes. And I'm seeing now, I'm thinking, I'm not seeing his,
He's not even on the board.
Yeah.
When I drove up to Charlottesville yesterday, there were a lot of PNM flags all the way going up. There were a lot of TPP. I hardly saw PDP.
Yeah. In the East, which is
where I expected that from the time I hit maybe Argyle or Kendall, I thought, you know, I would see huge numbers of PDP, but nothing. There was one guy with a big flag outside of their headquarters in Roxborough. That was it.
What do you think has contributed to his, the position that he's in now?
I think it's several things. The two most prominent in my mind would be people were disappointed in him. Starting with that business with the trip to
the US.
America. I think people were really disgusted by that. I think the other thing is that most people voted tactically, so that even if they supported him, they felt he's not going to be able to challenge, so let's vote for TPP. So I think those two things virtually have spelt doom for him.
It's a bit sad. Maybe we could even explore that conversation a little more, but we could maybe perhaps take a little break now, and then when we come back, we'll discuss that. Even the IDA and the other smaller parties. I'm actually seeing him on the board now in Tobago East, right? 27 out of 54 polling stations. The PDP, Watson Duke, 399, 400, and the TPP, 3,189, and the PNM 1,958. What do you think of those results now?
As I say, it looks like it's only going one way.
It's only one way.
It's only going one way.
All right. So we'll
and Watson has gotten a few votes, but nothing to encourage anybody to think that he could mount a challenge going forward.
Interesting. Yes, okay, good.
But then, as I say, a week is a long time in politics.
Correct.
Who knows?
And a night, yes, one day. Right. Thank you so much for those points, Mr. Walker. We're going to actually take a quick break now, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussions here on Tobago Channel 5, SNAP25 Special Election Night Coverage.
FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything, almost anything, almost anytime, almost every day. We in every season for every reason. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything you want from a pharmacy. Just ask our pharmacist. Well, almost. We are here to serve all of you all of the time. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. 141 Chauvin Road, Buku. Call our pharmacy on 610-7634 or our supermart on 768-0723 and 766-0476. Vordel Supermart and Pharmacy.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Some of the best things in life take 15 minutes or less, like ordering 2 doubles with sliced pepper from your favorite doubles man. Completing a developed TT application online can be just as satisfying with a fast, simple, connected, automated construction permitting system. Doing business can become easy. Develop TT is here to do the heavy lifting of connecting applicants with agencies across the permitting system, making it a one-stop seamless process. Your partnering agencies within the e-service are our 4 Town and Country Planning and Development Regional Offices, 14 Municipal Corporations, 5 Ministry of Works and Transport Divisions, 11 County Medical Offices of Health. Submitting an application for planning permission, status of land correspondence, stamp duty exemption correspondence, submit an unauthorized development complaint liquor license correspondence, custom and bounded correspondence, and you will be able to track your applications online, get a unique reference number when registered to use Develop TT, securely submit documents, reference digitized maps, and receive digital certificates on approval. Develop TT. Fast, simple, connected. Visit us at www.developtt.gov.tt, www.tcpd.gov.tt, or email us at support@developtt.gov.tt.
Bow, Mr. Fiddler, oh ha hi. This is for all who are hit the picnic and make them cry to God and their mommy. Please stop the agony. What children want is a gentle touch, not a kick, scratch, pinch, or cuff. Don't beat up on them so much.
That licks can't teach what is good for them, but it can lead to drug and alcohol abuse and serious mental health problems.
Get help now. Don't act in anger. Listen well. Talk to each other. A healthier home life for all makes a better future. Drag your bone, Mr. Fiddler.
Protect children from physical abuse. A message from the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the European Union United Nations Spotlight Initiative.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Television has helped tell the story of who we are. Television has captured the ways we celebrate. Television has shown the rich talent of our people.
Good evening to you again, Tobago, or should I say good night rather. Yes, we've gone way into the night now. Good night to you and welcome back to Tobago Channel 5's SNAP25 election coverage. And my guest and I were having a chat even off camera, Mr. Walker, you know, our resident, I will adopt him as our resident political analyst, analyst with an economic background who could also give us that that perspective as well. And chatting with him off camera, we were discussing before the break, we could look and analyze the PDP's political leader and his political career. But during our break, we were discussing the TPP, and if it wins this election, what does that signal for the THA internal election coming next, which is due next year, January, thereabouts?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but it certainly means the momentum will be with TPP. You
don't anticipate them losing ground at all?
For the PNM, obviously would want to regain control of the House of Assembly.
Yeah.
But to do that, they now know that they have an uphill struggle.
Yeah.
My view, listening to the results so far this evening, is that the TPP is ahead of them, and I suspect that that lead extends beyond the general election into the THA House of Assembly, the House of Assembly election. So I expect the PNM to put in a lot of work. I think they will understand that right now they are probably not ahead in the race for the House of Assembly. So I expect to see them being hyperactive over the next few months. It is true, though, that people vote on different issues in the general election from the Tobago House of Assembly election, and they probably could take some comfort from that and focus on the issues that people have which are more relevant to the Tobago House of Assembly elections. And there they will be running directly against the incumbent. So in this situation, TPP is the incumbent, as opposed to the situation in the general election, where TPP has gone against the incumbents. So that may well help PNM to a significant extent. I suspect they will spend a lot of time focusing on what they will define as the failures and errors of the current regime, and try to project that they would perform a lot better than that. Right, so they almost have to shift gears. They have to go into a different mode of operation as the new kids in town, as opposed to being the incumbent, which is what traditionally the PNM has been.
Outside of autonomy and crime in Tobago, what do you see as the other issues that are important that may not have been dealt with by the PNM?
The biggest issue for me is developing the Tobago economy so that Tobago, to a greater extent, can support itself. Now, I hear the argument all the time that Trinidad does not, well, central government does not allocate enough resources to allow Tobago to develop its economy. I don't want to pass a judgment on that as much as I want to pass a judgment on what we do with what we get. I am not satisfied that we in Tobago make best use of whatever amount of resources that we have. Let me use a simple analogy. From what I have seen, we get about 200 million a year out of the total allocation for development expenditure. That is the expenditure on things that should generate a return. If I had been given 200 million a year for the last 10 years to develop business, or any other person who has a business acumen, we would have some significant businesses that are generating income by now. But we don't. So it is not, it is made to sound as if we had so little that we can't do anything. That is not the case. This is not to take away from arguments that we should make, that we should get more. But it's easier to make those arguments if you're making best use of what you do get. And I don't think we're doing that. And it is a simple fact of life that we should be able to promote, that expenditure that generates income is worthwhile wherever it is. So if there is something that could be done, that could be cited in Point Fortin, and that will make money for the government, bring in taxes, bring in foreign exchange, do it. If it could be done in Tobago, do it. It's not that because you do it in Tobago that it is for Tobago. A successful state-owned business operation benefits the entire nation. Right? Tobago owns it.
Yes.
I'm saying that's not a totally accurate statement, but you know what I mean. Tobago owns it. So if it earns profits at the end of the year, Tobago gets a dividend. But the Treasury also gets taxation. And in the case, like, because I had been at the quarry, I could tell you that in addition to the profit that it could generate, it also was able to generate a significant amount of foreign exchange. Sufficient that Tobago probably wouldn't have had to go cap in hand to Trinidad when we need foreign exchange to do our development, because we would be generating our own. So it's important for whoever is in charge to really address the issue of how we use the money that we get.
Understood. And in terms of us, Tobago, marketing ourselves post-election, do you think that this election will bring some type of change in how we promote ourselves?
I don't know too much about how our promotion is done. I know we go off to these expos and so on. I actually assisted in getting this regime in Tobago up to a major expo in Birmingham in England shortly after they got into office. And I got them, because I operated at a certain level in the UK and mixed with certain people, I got that for free for them. They didn't have to pay the considerable cost of the exhibition space. They didn't even have to pay their hotel expenses. I got all of that paid for them. They just had to pay for the flights. That was it. Now, I don't know what else has been done. I don't know how. No, let me rephrase that. I know they've not been successful because we're not exporting. We're not bringing sufficient tourists here. We're not exporting enough produce. So it's not been successful. So we really have to revisit that. That is one of the critical activities that we have to undertake. I would hope that whatever regime comes in at the next THA election can do that and can work with the government in Trinidad, because there are lots of the advertising and promotion that we do that should really be at a national level rather than just at a Tobago level that will benefit us all. One of the things I want to see goes beyond that as well. I want to see a more Caribbean-wide initiative of tourists being able to move around. I know they're talking about the ferry going between the islands. The vision I have is that somebody could leave Germany and come down to Barbados because they heard all about Barbados. And then while in Barbados, somebody tells them about Tobago, and they should just be able to hop on a boat and come down to Tobago. They shouldn't have to pay 3,000 TT for a return trip between, so that once somebody comes to the Caribbean, they're in the Caribbean, and they could travel around the Caribbean, and other islands would benefit other than the place they first come to. That is how I would like to see us operating in an integrated way. But that requires a lot of work. But I think the other islands are ready to discuss this and to find ways.
At the level of the CTO, the Caribbean Tourism Organization, yes, of course. Yes, and that's brilliant. That is forward thinking,
And there are people with other ideas. That's my idea, which I have been advocating for more than 10 years. But I know there are other people with great ideas as well. We need to find a way to bring those people on board and find ways to implement those ideas.
To light, yes. And now, speaking about tourism, the former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, would have been instrumental in opening this spanking new airport terminal. That, do you think, at this point, we could say it did not inspire votes for the PNM?
No, it didn't inspire votes.
What do you
I have heard so many people say that they're afraid it will be a white elephant. That we hardly have enough passengers for the airport we had before, the smaller one, but we've created this massive thing.
Yes.
For me personally, I have argued from the outset that just as with so many other projects, we're doing it back to front. We're building it first and then figuring out how we're going to use it. We've got to start working from the opposite direction. We've got to start thinking about what we want, how we're going to make it happen before we start building anything and spending a lot of money.
Understood, yes. I agree with you. I actually have some more questions that I would like you to focus on in terms of going forward, especially the new regime.
Yeah.
And we can maybe discuss that after the break.
Okay.
All right, good. So we'll take a quick break now, and or should we not? Is that new information that we're seeing coming to light? Is that new statistics? Mr. Job, Mr. Francis, anybody in our team tonight can tell me clearly, yes? New to the West, right? New information in the West. Mr. Francis is sharing with us. Right, in Tobago West, we're looking at 25 out of 62 polling stations. And we see there between the PNM and the TPP, for the PNM 2,225 and for the TPP 2,079. So again, for the PNM 2,225 and for the PNM for the TPP 2,079. Right. So
PNM has gone ahead.
I've gone ahead.
So that's going to be close all the way.
All the way to right. Yes. I anticipate that as well. All right. So, Mr. Walker, we will take a break now, and we'll come back with more for you on Tobago Channel 5, SNAP25.
FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago.
I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything, almost anything, almost anytime, almost every day. We in every season for every reason. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything you want from a pharmacy. Just ask our pharmacist. Well, almost. We are here to serve all of you all of the time. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. 141 Chauvin Road, Buku. Call our pharmacy on 610-7634 or our supermart on 768-0723 and 766-0476. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
back to Tobago Channel 5, SNAP25 special election night coverage. I'm here with Mr. Walker, our panelist this evening, who's stuck around with us for a long time. He left at dinner. We owe you. We do owe you, and we appreciate your perspectives here tonight on set. And let's just see what we have on screen before we continue our discussion. Tobago East results coming in, 31 out of 54 polling stations. We see the PNM, 2,146. And for the TPP rather, we jumped, that information jumped. Right, it's 3,510 for Tobago East, 31 out of 54 polling stations. The PNM, 2,146. The TPP, 3,510. The PDP, Watson Duke, 443, IDA 40, and PF 36. We were discussing Mr. Watson Duke earlier, and so we have a lot to discuss apparently for the night because we have a lot of time. Maybe we should come back to Mr. Watson Duke and that analysis after, but because we touched on an important point in terms of the THA going forward after the election, and you were looking at the economy and diversification and what we can do with tourism to make it, especially to integrate with the Caribbean, etc. Now, how can Tobago's leaders, if you believe, better manage their relationship with Trinidad? Because as we are fully aware, that relationship has gone awry.
Yes. I don't want to start pinning too much blame on any individuals here, but I will make a general statement that there are persons in the government in Tobago that have almost courted confrontation with people in Trinidad, and you simply do not manage governmental affairs that way. We see it, again, we see it internationally with Donald Trump. Just attacking people willy-nilly, left, right, and center is not the way to get things done. And from what I have seen and what I have been personally involved with, we have ended up in conflict situations that need not have happened. And those conflict situations have resulted in at least 2 or 3 occasions in our being unable to be successful in ventures that we were pursuing. And I would hope that we could get past that as quickly as possible so that we could start to benefit from these possible ventures rather than just having them sitting there idle simply because we can't get along with central government.
And what can you foresee in terms, let's say, so far we're seeing a favorable for the TPP, or favor for TPP in the East. What would you say or foresee that relationship being if the TPP only has 1 seat? How that approach would be going forward for that relationship to mend?
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting. If that 1 seat allows for a change of government in the center, then there must be some hope that there would be a different kind of dialogue. But I feel at the same time that there needs to be change on our end here. I don't think those of us who've been on the inside will tell you that the blame doesn't lie solely in with central government, because we were able to get things done. But a confrontational approach very seldom works in any kind of business environment. You have to do business with people you don't like and who don't like you. That's the reality of the situation. So if you have people in critical positions who adopt an attitude of just attacking others, maybe from different parties, maybe from simply because they're from Trinidad or whatever, that gets you nowhere. You have to find ways to accommodate differences of opinion, differences of style, etc., So that would be my greatest hope, that we find a way to work with the people in Trinidad. Because I think there are enough sensible people in Trinidad to understand exactly what we spoke about earlier, that a successful business in Tobago is a success for all of Trinidad and Tobago. That it generates taxation revenue, it hopefully also generates foreign exchange. That is to the benefit of the entire country. Let us take an extreme example. Suppose the quarry were functioning properly and bringing in 2 million or 3 million US dollars a month. Let us suppose in an extreme case, Tobago used up all of that and none went to Trinidad. Some people will say it's not benefited the national treasury.
Right.
I say no. I say even that extreme example, if thought through correctly, still benefits the national treasury, because that's $3 million a month that Tobago does not have to ask the national treasury for.
Right.
And the national treasury does not therefore have to find. So even if we use all, we still benefit the nation. And that is where we ought to be aiming for. And understanding the consequences of just getting into these kind of futile arguments, rather than trying to find common ground. Because I just refuse to believe that the people in Trinidad just against Tobago to such an extent that they prefer to let the treasury suffer, that they prefer to let us lose money rather than make money. I just can't believe that that's the case. Maybe I'm naive, but...
Yes, I hear you. And it's really important for those, who are going into governance, and seeing themselves and understanding that, there needs to be that shift in the approach.
Yeah, find ways, understand what their issues are. Because they're sitting there and I'm sure they have issues. I'm sure they have things that they look at about the way we're operating and are upset with that. That's the first thing that you have to do to deal with these situations. Both parties have to come together and understand what the issues are. Most importantly, find out what you agree on. And then all you're left with is the other little issues. And we find ways around them. For the sake of bringing all that money into the country, I don't see that grown people who have the interests of the nation at heart should be acting in the way that I see some people acting.
Now, you were saying that you are seeing people, how they are acting at our level, right? Do you think that perhaps is the sentiment across the board, Tobago-based? People are also seeing some things that they are dissatisfied with, but collectively, in Tobago East, it seems like they have, they got the support in Tobago East, or getting the support so far in Tobago East. But on the ground, locally, island-wide, do you think other people are seeing that, and that could have an impact on the election, that they may lose some ground? Even though there appears to be momentum nationally, based on the relationships internally, do you think that they could possibly lose some ground?
Well, there's been this divide of this little island country and the rest. That had major political implications. It's traditionally been, you can't touch PNM down in the West. And in the East, not as strong. I feel people have moved beyond that now. Not everybody, but I feel the people on the ground have moved beyond that. And I think we're seeing that in the results for the West.
Right.
Because traditionally, the West was almost impossible for anybody to breach in the national elections. We're seeing a change. So then it becomes about issues. So if the TPP is able to address the issues in a manner that people want them to be addressed, they have an opportunity. But the same applies to the PNM. The PNM has been in power for a long time. They have some track record that they could point to that's positive. But they need, in my view, to buttress that with plans that people could hold on to and could see, if they do that, the young people might be able to find work more easily in the private sector. They have to show people that there is a way forward other than what we've been used to, which is the THA employing almost everybody. And I got a little frustrated, still get a little frustrated, when I hear the parties arguing about who could employ more people. That should not be the discussion. It seems to be that it's so ingrained now that they feel that the population believes that that's the only way for them to have secure jobs.
Yeah.
They have to find ways to work with the private sector. I have my issues with the private sector in Tobago. I have more confidence and faith in the youngsters coming through. I would like to see more effort and resources put into assisting the younger generation coming through, for them to develop businesses and employ their fellow youngsters, rather than the major players are in 2 or 3 different sectors, and that's about it. A lot of it is about import and distribution.
Yes.
And retail at the back end of it. We need to find ways to motivate the youngsters, for them to come up with the ideas. So it's not for people like me to say, here's the new idea. Now, because of my background, I might have some ideas, but I really want to see it coming from the youngsters. But we have to have the infrastructure that would assist them. A lot of the modern businesses, like the technology businesses, for example, require capital. People look at Facebook and all of these other things that people have become billionaires from. If they did their homework, they would recognize that almost every one of them lost money for about 6 or 7 years before they became profitable. There is no business in Tobago that could do that, because there is no source of funding to support that. And I'm not saying we have to go for those kind of, really big things that would require that amount of funding. But the youngsters have ideas, they know what would work. Let us embrace them.
And from all indications, in the East at least so far, the youth vote may have impacted that result.
Yeah.
And so therefore they may be looking towards the new dispensation with great hope. And we cannot fail them, or whoever is in leadership.
We have to find ways. We shouldn't be pushing them into public sector employment as a default position. We have to be finding ways to motivate them to help build the new enterprises.
All right, Mr. Walker, sorry about that. I was just getting some information from Mr. Benoit and Mr. Francis. Tobago Channel 5 would like to make that prediction that Tobago East will go to David Joseph Thomas of the Tobago People's Party.
Welcome to Insight.
That's the projected winner for the Tobago East election for tonight, April 28th, general election. That's the call from the Tobago Channel 5. Yes?
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think I've been saying it for, I jumped the gun a bit, but they have to be more conservative.
Correct. And of course, already the political leader has indicated at 10:30 he will be there. Well, at least the party chairman indicated that he'll be there to address. So more or less, it's a victory speech we're looking forward to.
Because the last time we got a vote count from them, they were more than 50% of the stations.
Yes.
I'm not hearing the same thing from the West. Have they updated?
Yes, actually, can we ask our team to just pull up the West numbers again so that we can have a look? Yes. So right now on screen we are seeing the Tobago East seats, but we'd like to ask our team to just pull up our Tobago West seats. Right, and I'm seeing just the smaller parties though. Can we see the major political parties, please? Right, so far we're seeing on screen, right? Yes, what does it look like there? Tobago West, sorry, yes, Tobago West, right. So far, the two major political parties, the PNM, 2,678, the TPP, 2,464.
And how many?
Right, polling stations, that's 28 out of 62.
So still less than half, so
yeah,
still could go either way.
It can go either way. Interesting times indeed here tonight. Yes, this election, it's a SNAP election, but in the past, Mr. Walker, could you, in terms of SNAP elections, have they gone in favor of the incumbent, or what does history tell us there?
Well, that's an interesting bit of history that you refer to, because the last one that I remember, and it wasn't, this is SNAP in the sense that it was imminent anyway, so it wouldn't far off. The last really SNAP one, which came out of the blue, was Patrick Manning, and he lost.
Yes.
And he lost handsomely as well.
Yes.
So as far as history goes, SNAP elections have not proven to be successful. And that might simply be an indication of the person who's making the decision recognizing things are running away from him or her, and hoping that they still have enough support, that they haven't bled all their support.
Right.
You know, thinking that the longer you leave it, is the more you're going to bleed.
Right.
So take your chances.
Right, and in terms of the data, well, we don't have data now to tell us, but do you think party support may have stayed at home as well, or were not energized to vote?
I didn't get that sense at any stage, even in the campaigning, although I didn't see much of it. But I got the sense that people were energized, people were actively involved.
For the PNM, the incumbent?
Yeah, for both parties. Well, more so the TPP. But I get the sense that the population at large decided that they wanted to have their say. And it's worked very well for TPP in the East, and it's going neck and neck, giving us something exciting to follow.
Correct.
In the West.
Well, coming out of this election, Mr. Walker, what do you think Tobago's top 3 priorities must be, no matter who forms the next government?
Tobago's priorities rather than the national priorities. As I said, for me, the first two are crime and the economy.
Right.
We have to build an economy. We really don't have an economy in Tobago. We have to build an economy. And the subtext of the economy is diversification. We have to find ways to diversify our economy. Whether that be in, now diversification is a term that is perhaps not used properly most of the time. Diversification doesn't necessarily mean getting into something new. It can mean addressing a sector in a different way.
Correct. Whether it's creatives or agriculture or modernizing.
Now, as I said previously, I really, really want the younger generation to be the ones to drive the directions we're going into. By all means, use people like myself to help manage, to determine strategy and so on. But let them come up with the ideas, and they must take over. So I want to see that, but diversification can also be not just coming up with new things, it could be doing something old differently. What they like to call disruptive innovation. And then there's an area that I feel Tobago is beautifully suited to do, which is tourism. This is my belief, but again, open to discussion. We need to address what we mean when we talk about tourism and the tourism sector that we are going after. And the biggest line of separation for me is, are we seeking to follow what most of the other islands have done and have these mega resorts with hundreds and even up to 1,000 people at a time? Or are we going to say, you know what, because we didn't jump onto that bandwagon early, we actually have something we could sell that is different from all of the rest of them.
Is what we do. We've done it before. Conceding defeat on election night, but tomorrow is a new day. We've had to concede on the night of December 1986. We conceded in 1995, and we conceded in 2010. So this 70-year-old party, sometimes you win, sometimes you don't win. Tonight is one of those nights where, surprisingly, we have not done very well in the general election. But as we know how to do it, from tomorrow, the PNM will begin to prepare itself for the next call within the next 60 months. We wish all the winners well, because our country is now in their hands. From the reports that we have in our hands, it appears as though if the trends hold, the PNM will end up with an opposition in the order of 10 or 12 seats. But we've come back from 1 seat, we've come back from 3 seats, so 10 or 12 seats don't count us out. We will continue to remain faithful to our cause, which is to the interest and the service of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The elections are over, changes will be made, promises to be kept, reviews to be done, rejuvenation to be had. One thing we're happy about is that the PNM will move expeditiously towards its new status as the opposition. The General Council will meet on Wednesday and will direct the elected members of the House as to who should be supported for the position of opposition leader. That's the position that we have held before, and even from there, we provide yeoman service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I, as political leader, Prime Minister of recent vintage, but I still remain political leader. I did at an earlier time say to you, the media, that I've met with the general leadership of the party and indicate to them that I would not want to continue beyond the end of this year as political leader, and would, at their advice, vacate the post as soon as they would like me to, so as to facilitate the requisite convention. We will do that and will conduct our party business with dispatch, with honor, and with gusto in the coming weeks and months. So tonight, I simply want to say that we have kept the faith, we've run the course, and we still have some more running to do. If you have any questions to any of the three of us, we will take a few questions now, and we will go off to our new status.
At this stage, what would you consider to be... Yeah.
Speak loudly because you got to generate
at this stage, what would you consider to be the key factor or key factors that led to this particular result in this election?
Well, I think the population has chosen. One of the things that we have to be proud about is that in our system of governance, the management is chosen by the population. We went out there and competed for the position, and the population clearly, from Tobago to Point Fortin, the population has chosen the package of promises made by our political opponents. We can't argue with that. We put a package on the table. We put a direction on the table. We had a record behind us of the last 9.5 years. The population has chosen the package of promises. We said that we were a rejuvenated team offering, a new direction, a new chapter. The population chose those persons who they knew before, and on the basis of their past performance, they have been given the government again. We cannot argue with that. We are not going to argue with the electorate. As my grandmother has taught me, if good comes, it comes for all of us. And if bad comes, it comes for all of us. So while tonight at Balize House there is no rejoicing, as we expected to, we are not despondent. We have not been here for 70 years by holding our heads down. As Mandela said, the problem is, and the shame is, when you go down, not to get up. The PNM has demonstrated when we are down, we come back with a vengeance. And 2025 will be no different.
You think that the issue of how you...
Media members only.
This is one of the questions.
Yeah, we have a question over here. That will be determined on Wednesday at Balize House.
Dr. Oli, is there anything, you say hindsight is 2020, is there anything you would have done differently? I mean, going as far back as your resignation to now, is there anything at all you think you could have done differently?
At this stage, of course, if we've lost, we didn't do what the electorate wanted, or we didn't have what the electorate wanted. But that is the system. Those who are going into office, they're not going forever. They're going for a specific period of time. And we now have to reflect on what we have, who we are, what we offer, and get ready for the next outing.
Dr. Rowley, you resigned as Prime Minister, but as PMM political leader, do you take personal accountability for this election?
My party contested the election, the People's National Movement. I was leader of the party. I was involved, and the political leader is still the leader of the party. And if you want to put all the blame on my shoulder, we're not in the blaming business here. We are in the rebuilding business.
Do you think the way in which the issue of change in Prime Ministership from yourself to Mr. Young in any way was a factor in terms of voters, especially members of your party today?
Well, if you look at what happened to Nakuna on Saturday, you would have seen the PLM membership in their thousands supporting the position. The electorate is not the PLM membership. The electorate is much larger than the PLM membership. The turnout has not been a very high one, but of course there are issues. Each person who votes have a reason, and I don't think there are very many votes cast based on the fact that I resigned, because the resignation became history. We're looking forward. The PNM spoke about the future. The electorate was offered a package from the past, and we are now expecting that delivery starting from tomorrow.
Mr. Young, how do you feel not having the ability to carry on some of the works that you have had in your operations?
Thank you very much for that question. The answer is obviously a bit disappointed. We have put forward what I believe was a very good proposal to the population. As I said only this morning, I believe we ran a very good campaign and a good fight, and we had quite a robust plan for the future. But the population has spoken, the electorate has spoken tonight, and we look forward to tomorrow morning. And the PNM is a strong party. We don't get here after 70 years, and from tomorrow morning That's it. We're back, we rebuild. We will encourage all the young people to come forth. We have our experienced leaders with us still, and I can tell you something, from tomorrow morning you will see a strong PNM back on the road, back servicing the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And I certainly look forward to playing a part in that and a leadership role in that.
Mr. Young, there's a perception that once government change, that the next party that comes in is a clean sweep and they just get rid of everything. Of the things that you would have accomplished during your time in Parliament, what do you think is the one thing that the UNC has to tell them, don't touch that? What's the one thing you will tell them not to touch?
The population will judge UNC. I don't think a lot of what we achieved, especially in the energy sector, and the population and those who've elected them today would see in the next few months, next couple of years, whether they are able to deliver it. But only time will tell.
Mr. Young, what do you have to say to your supporters here tonight who are leaving very disappointed?
Disappointment is part of life. Don't be despondent. You still have a young person who continues to be more than willing, ready and able to continue fighting for Trinidad and Tobago. I have won my seat, so I will still be there in Parliament, and believe you me, Trinidad and Tobago, despite tonight, I will fight for Trinidad and Tobago, and this party will fight for Trinidad and Tobago. And
the movement has conceded. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The People's National Movement has conceded, and victory is now in the hands of the United National Congress and Tobago East. Your thoughts, Mr. Walker, on the concession speeches there by political leader Dr. Keith Rowley?
Well, he put on a brave face, as I would expect that he would do. I am surprised at what appears to be the margin of victory, because I am seeing reports saying that the UNC may have won 27 or 29 seats, whereas we were talking about scraping through with one seat. So one of the first things I want to know is, which are the seats?
Yes, so actually let me share that with you. I'm seeing it from a poll on one of the other media houses. It's saying that Tobago East is the TPP, Tobago West is the PNM. I can tell you so far the map is just full yellow. And in the south, La Brea is the only seat that the PNM retained.
Ooh.
And in the north, the only seat it has retained is St. Anne's East. And I believe it is a Ruka, Lupino. You might be able to see it better than I can. But I should actually share this with you.
I assume they will give us.
Yeah.
Are we back on?
Yes. Right. So you'll be able to look at that and assess it. So that's a surprise there. It's a huge sweep.
Yes, it's just in a few clusters that the PNM has won all those seats.
And what is the message that the electorate has sent to the People's National Movement tonight? Or today, rather?
Message is extreme dissatisfaction.
Extreme dissatisfaction.
I never expected, because this is the one you have. I had received something else on my own, which said it wasn't conclusive. They said that the UNC had won between 27 and 29 seats. And that is not including the Tobago seat, which is an amazing result. But then that throws what we were discussing earlier out the window, because there's no leverage for TPP with that one seat, because UNC has won it outright on their own. So it eliminates that possibility. But I suspect that a wise UNC administration
especially
would still try to support non-PNM participants in Tobago. I don't think that they will just turn their backs on Tobago.
Especially since they did not contest any seats in Tobago at all. I mean, that means that they're open, perhaps. Or what do you think that means altogether?
Yeah, I think they would still try to work with Tobago.
Yes.
Without being in power in Tobago. I think they will still try to work with. with the Tobago House of Assembly under the PNM, or if it were to change, whichever hands it's in.
Yes, yeah.
I think they will.
Right, so this election result is a surprising one. So the People's National Movement has conceded, and we now have to await the speech, or from the victory speech from the victors in Trinidad as well, and to also hear from the TPP here in Tobago for winning that.
Yeah, but what this is saying to me is that it's across the board, it's a rejection of the PNM. So it's a rejection in Trinidad. Much more powerful than anything I had anticipated. And even in Tobago, I think it's more powerful than what certainly I anticipated. I did not expect such an overwhelming result in the East, and I didn't expect a close race in the West either.
Right.
So the PNM is going to have to do some serious introspection. There will be some sleepless nights ahead for them.
Dr. Rowley said they will come back to vengeance.
They will, they will. But it's up to the UNC and TPP to deliver. If they deliver, they would be there for 2 terms comfortably, if they deliver. That's all they have to do. If they fail to deliver, then, because remember, there have been instances before, you know, the People's Partnership came in and in people's minds failed to deliver, and that led PNM straight back in. So there is precedent. So hopefully they would have learned from that lesson, because some of the same people would be there still. So let us see if they improve their performance.
So perhaps this is what we're seeing here as well as the dangers of ignoring Tobago's bread and butter issues.
Yep.
Yeah. And how can the elected MP now connect with the grassroots communities going forward?
You mean the people from the ruling party, or from both parties?
We'll have to now say let's look at the TPP focus first. Yeah, from both parties altogether. Well, actually 3 now, right?
They need, again, my own experiences, there are people they need to connect with. People who were there for them in the early days, who feel that they've been abandoned. It is not going to be difficult to get those people back. Their heart is in the right place. They just feel that once people got into power, they had other priorities and they were forgotten. If they would deal with that, I think it carries them forward and puts them in a strong position. It'll be interesting. You know, I'm trying to think through while I'm sitting here. What is the thinking of the PNM in Tobago right now? Because this must be a shock to them. For them to lose Tobago East so badly must be difficult for them to accept. For them to be struggling in the West. I did hear them say that Tobago West has gone to PNM.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but based on what we saw, it wouldn't have been by much. They will have to really sit down and do a lot of analysis as to what's gone wrong. They won those 2 seats so relatively comfortably last time out. So there's been a sea change. But I think it's partly what we said earlier, what we discussed earlier, about the general mood with respect to the party national. So I don't think this is necessarily a big reflection on Tobago. It's a big reflection, certainly, on the leadership at the national level. So if I was sitting in the PNM ranks now, I would be focusing on emphasizing the fact that this is not about Tobago. This is about the party at large. But that Tobago could lead the party at large on its way back because of the upcoming election. Look at the upcoming election as an opportunity to show that the party is not dead, that they can lead.
Right, and of course, as you said rightly, you know, this concession will affect PNM supporters, you know, and going forward, you know, what are we looking? Perhaps would you like to signal a need for healing after this intense election campaign?
Yeah, but it will be up to the leaders, as you say. Kamala Persad-Bissessar made a relatively friendly, if I could use such a term, speech towards the end. Let's see if she carries that on into office, or whether she reverts to the confrontational style.
Got you. Mr. Walker, we are going to cross live now to the People's National Movement Tobago Council, Ansel Dennis, political
Mrs. Shampa Kojo-Lewis of Tobago West and Mrs. Ayana Webster-Roy of Tobago East for their distinct service to the people of Tobago and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago by extension. I think they have done a tremendous job representing the people of Tobago as part of a People's National Movement government that delivered to the people of this country and more specifically to the people of Tobago. We ran a good campaign, a short one, a 1-month campaign, where we advanced our track record to the people of Tobago. We explained to them our achievements, and we also gave good reasons for them to continue to have faith in the People's National Movement government going forward. Of course, our employers, the population, had other ideas, and they have spoken as a collective. And therefore the results, while we don't have the final results, we can safely say that the United National Congress will form the next government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I wish to thank our campaign team. I wish to thank the executives of this party. Of course, I have here with me the chairman of the PNM Tobago Council, supported here as well by the minority leader in the Tobago House of Assembly, Assemblyman Kelvon Morris. And I wish to thank all of them for their continued service to this party and to the people of this island of Tobago. I also wish to thank our supporters, those who supported us during this campaign. And I want to indicate to them that as a party, this is not new to us. This is part of the political cycle where you win some and you lose some. This reminds me of 2010, and I want to indicate to our supporters that 5 years after 2010, the country was calling for the People's National Movement again. I wish the incoming government the best. I wish them success. I also wish our 2 new MPs representing us in the parliament soon. I wish them the very best as well. And we, of course, in the PNM, as we always do, we will go back, re-strategize, we will regroup, and we will definitely prepare for the next election, which is due very soon, the Tobago House of Assembly election. I also wish to thank outgoing Prime Ministers Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
And from Tobago, we move directly to Merchant Searchan Road, where the leader of the United National Congress, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, is.
Right. So there you've just heard Concession speech there tonight from the PNM's Tobago Council leader, Ansel Dennis, delivering his concession speech for you and for party supporters tonight. We heard earlier from Stuart Young, Stuart Young, and from the outgoing, the political leader of the People's National Movement, giving his concession speech as well. I'm told that part supporters are now assembling on the Esplanade from the TPP. They are now assembling and anticipating, well, to celebrate their win tonight. And I'm also told, Waneem, that we'll be crossing soon to the TPP, or the PDP, is it? All right, we're going across back to Trinidad to hear the United National Congress.
For us to secure this victory. So can we give them a round of applause? United Coalition of Interests. And of course, I thank all of you, rank and file members of the UNC who have stood with me through thick and thin, through light and through darkness. You have carried me on a journey that was filled with love, with determination and resilience. I started off this campaign by saying, you will be the real heroes in this story. And I end this campaign saying the same, you are the real heroes in this story of Trinidad and Tobago. All of you, I cannot single out one or two or three. There have been so many thousands of you working in your zones, working in your sections. Today was really a great display of cooperation and of hard work where everyone stood in their zone and worked. Whether the seat was Superior, whether the seat was St. Joseph, whether it was Tunapuna, whichever seat it was, we had teams and teams of activists and people working every single seat. And so they did so well. All of you, thank you for showing up. Thank you for staying on the course and believing in our great party. Thank you, TNT. I say thank you for your support during this campaign. Thank you for your confidence for a better TNT. And for letting the world know that we, the people, have the real power in Trinidad and Tobago. We the people, you are the people, you are the government. Not the fake elites, not the financiers with all their money, but the real people of Trinbago who have toiled and kept faith that you deserve better. This victory is for the senior citizens to keep their pensions. This victory is for public servants to get their rightful salary increases. This victory is to reopen the Children's Hospital. This victory is to reopen Petrotrin. This victory is to once again give laptops to our children. This victory is to create over 50,000 jobs. And so, the victory is yours. Now that the UNC has won, everybody wins. We have fought a clean campaign. We have fought a campaign based on policies, plans, and programs. After years we spent listening to you and taking note of your wants, your needs, your hopes, and your desires. It is now that the real work starts. From day one, we'll be focused on delivering on our promises, working to make every citizen's life better, brighter, more prosperous. I give you the assurance tonight that no one will be left behind. No one will be left behind. Because when UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. We will walk into government together. You will now have a Prime Minister who cares. A Prime Minister who loves you. A Prime Minister who will fight so that we all win together. We will work for you. You are the real bosses, and we are here to serve. Serve the people. Serve the people. Serve the people. You have an elected people-centered government for the people, by the people, and with the people. So permit me again to say thank you. Thank you. Let us rejoice and celebrate this day in our history. This has been a tremendous blessing. And once again, I thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. We will be with you every step of the way over the next 5 years and beyond. And I want to say tonight, and beyond, I want to say tonight to all our candidates who gave everything that they did, every muscle, every sinew they strained and worked so hard. Give it up for all our candidates of the UNC. Give it up for the candidates of the coalition of interests. And I say, get ready to win. It is time to win. Because now that the UNC did win, everybody wins. I have told you before, I have always told you, you have had leaders before me. You will have leaders after me. But I know you will never ever have a leader who loves you as much as I do. May the good Lord continue to bless and keep each and every one of you. I thank you. Thank you, God bless.
And there you heard it, the United National leader, United National Congress's political leader, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, presenting her victory speech tonight, April 28th, our general election. And she said, well, the campaign theme, she continued to say that once the UNC wins, everybody wins.
Yes, let's see how they deliver now.
That's the real question now, yes? Yes, let's see. And as an economist, you said earlier tonight, whoever goes into office will have a tough road ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't know how they're going to deliver on all those promises. She's repeated some of them there in that speech. I really would like to think that they are able to see something that I haven't been able to see. But I am concerned. Now, if they should fail to deliver all those things, but manage to put the economy on a sound footing over the next few years, then I would be satisfied. So I'm not going to necessarily tick off all the things. There are certain things that, to my mind, are essential. We have to restructure the economy. We can't go on depending on oil and gas forever. That is an absolute must. We've got to do something about crime. Because crime is also tied in with the economy. Because if people can't move about freely, well, you could go through the long list. We have to resolve the crime situation. We have to find other sources of revenue, both in terms of sectors that we get revenue from, and in terms of who we do business with. So we, if my understanding is correct, sold the vast majority of our methanol to the United States. I say this partly because of the situation in the United States now, but say it in a more general sense. We need to find a broader spread of markets for everything that we produce and everybody that we do business with. Because in the current unstable environment, and what I expect to continue to be an unstable environment, we must be able to move away from dependency on any particular player in the market. And we're seeing many nations doing it already. So, it's not as if we're inventing something. And as a consequence, there are new opportunities opening up because, again, going back to the tourism sector, which is one we talk about a lot. The Canadians, for example, have virtually stopped traveling to America for tourism. They need somewhere else to go. So there are new markets opening up that we need to find a way to get a significant share of.
Now, Tobago East, it's not kingmaker, but it's in the parliament, right?
Yes.
So, share with us what do you foresee happening?
I'm going to stick my neck out. I see the UNC giving a significant role. Not having a representative themselves in Tobago, I think is the way they're going to embrace Tobago. Rather than just leave him as a as a MP sitting on the back benches, I suspect that they will find some role that he's able to perform, which will be to Tobago's benefit. And I think UNC, if they're wise, will see the benefit of doing that, see the benefit for themselves of giving up a little power to somebody from Tobago.
And what advice would you give to the Tobago East incoming MP?
I don't think he has to do much at this stage. I think he's, you'll always take a little while to get your feet under the table. I have argued again for quite some time that Tobago East is ripe for development, especially in the tourism sector. If he could use his new connections with the power brokers in Trinidad to help develop Tobago East, I think that in and of itself will be a tremendous bonus. Because in Tobago East we have so much to offer. The largest brain coral, some of the best diving, snorkeling, but we don't promote it. We have, if we go talk about the ridge, with the butterflies and the birds, which we don't think about as major attractions, but I can tell you, people from other nations, they look. I remember coming back on a trip from England and sitting next to some people who were coming on to see butterflies. And this was a trip of a lifetime to them. It made me understand that there are markets that we don't appreciate. We don't know what we have. We don't know how people see them. We have to start to do that. Because they explained to me, with the birds, the ridge is either the top or the second in the world for the number of species of birds per square mile.
Yes.
These are things to market. You see, we don't see that as something big or important, or at least we don't treat it that way. The time has come, and hopefully he could do some of that. He could talk to his colleagues in Parliament now and see whether we could do some of that. Because as I said earlier, when Tobago succeeds, it's the whole of the country that benefits. If we are getting the tourists to come to Tobago, generating foreign exchange, generating jobs, then everybody benefits. So I think there's a pathway for him to be able to do a lot, even though he's just one person and he's not the kingmaker.
So the fact that the UNC did not contest a seat in Tobago, the picture is now clearer now. It means perhaps that they were leaving the door open to embrace whoever, wins across here.
I think they will. I think they will. I think there are enough wise heads.
It was deliberate.
Yeah. I think there are enough wise heads to realize that they can't lose by embracing the person who's come. And even still, not ostracizing the PNM person. I think it would be foolhardy to treat the PNM person badly. Yeah, so by all means, a little bit of favor to the TPP person, but also embrace especially based on what she said.
Yes. If the UNC wins, everybody wins.
Yes.
Correct, yeah. All right, I know we're waiting to hear from the political leader of the TPP for his speech, and I believe, let me just speak with our crew just to confirm that. Are we still waiting for that, or should we wrap up? Okay, so we have been advised to take a break, but before we take the break, let me just touch on one other thing. Mr. Walker, oh goodness, right, the push for autonomy now. How do you see, there'll be a much more of a collaborative effort now with the United National Congress?
I think there will be, but the bigger issue for me is really utilizing the autonomy that we have already. Now, I don't know if it was because there was resistance from central government previously, but there are powers that already exist that we don't use. So, while on the one hand, I am all in favor of pushing for more autonomy, I am equally adamant that we must use what we have. I don't want to, it's almost a bit like money. What's the point of getting more money if you're not using what you have properly?
Correct, okay.
Yeah, so I want to see us using the autonomy that we have, especially in that critical area of tourism, which is written into the THA Act as being under the THA.
All right, good. So, Mr. Walker, we will take a quick break, so folks, so stay with us. It's Tobago Channel 5 SNAP25, and as we told you earlier, you heard from the United National Congress, you've heard from the People's National Movement, but we are still awaiting the TPP political leader to make his speech as well. So stay with us, we'll be back after this break.
Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytd.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
The Cathedral Credit Union Cooperative Society Limited proudly presents the celebration of our 80th anniversary. Join us in celebrating 80 years of service to our members as we help our community thrive and grow. To commemorate our 80th anniversary, we're offering our members a new beginning to help them achieve their financial goals and dreams. We're excited to bring you our special $80,000 loan offer. Enjoy low monthly payments with a 1% interest rate and up to 72 months to repay. Let's celebrate this incredible milestone together. Apply now and let Cathedral Credit Union support your financial journey. Let's grow together. Reach out to us today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago. I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything, almost anything, almost anytime, almost every day. We in every season for every reason. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything you want from a pharmacy. Just ask our pharmacist. Well, almost. We are here to serve all of you all of the time. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. 141 Chauvin Road, Buku. Call our pharmacy on 610-7634 or our supermart on 768-0723 and 766-0476. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Some of the best things in life take 15 minutes or less, like ordering 2 doubles with sliced pepper from your favorite doubles man. Completing a developed TT application online can be just as satisfying with a fast, simple, connected, automated construction permitting system. Doing business can become easy. Develop TT is here to do the heavy lifting of connecting applicants with agencies across the permitting system, making it a one-stop, seamless process. Your partnering agencies within the e-service are our 4 Town and Country Planning and Development Regional Offices, 14 Municipal Corporations, 5 Ministry of Works and Transport Divisions, 11 County Medical Offices of Health. Submitting an application for planning permission, status of land correspondence, stamp duty exemption correspondence, submit an unauthorized development complaint liquor license correspondence, custom and bounded correspondence, and you will be able to track your applications online, get a unique reference number when registered to use Develop TT, securely submit documents, reference digitized maps, and receive digital certificates on approval. Develop TT, fast, simple, connected. Visit us at www.developtt.gov.tt, www.tcpd.gov.tt, or email us at support@developtt.gov.tt.
Television has helped tell the story of who we are. Television has captured the ways we celebrate. Television has shown the rich talent of our people.
For 10 years, Pulse 89.5 FM has been the beat that moves Tobago. From the latest hits to the voices of the community, we bring the island's rhythm to life. Every day, every hour. Stay locked to Pulse 89.5 FM, the beat of Tobago. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram and stream us worldwide on the TuneIn app.
Escape to elegance at Le Chateau Suites Tobago. Gated privacy, breathtaking villas, unforgettable memories, where Caribbean dreams become reality.
Have you visited Tobago Channel 5's Facebook or Instagram pages lately? Well, check them out now for all the interviews and up-to-date news. Remember to like, share and follow for Tobago news and current affairs information at your fingertips.
Rise and shine in the morning is just part of my day.
From 6:30 to 8:30 every day. Foreign man says so.
It informs me of what happens in Tobago. I find it to be so informative. Every aspect of Tobago affairs is being discussed there. So I will continue to look at Rise and Shine. That's my thing.
Monday to Friday, 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m.
I love Rise and Shine.
Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything, almost anything, almost anytime, almost every day. We in every season for every reason. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. Almost everything you want from a pharmacy. Just ask our pharmacist. Well, almost. We are here to serve all of you all of the time. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy. 141 Chauvin Road, Buku. Call our pharmacy on 610-7634 or our supermart on 768-0723 and 766-0476. Vodel Supermart and Pharmacy.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tapago. Your meals, medication, groceries and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tapago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tapago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tapago's at your service.
MI4 Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.securitytt.com.
Welcome back to Tobago Channel 5 SNAP25. We're going straight now to the Esplanade from political leader of the TPP, People's Party, Mr. Fadi Augustine. As you can see, it's a lot of victory. People are celebrating and excited right now. And it is our understanding right now that the TPP won both the East and West seats. That's the information that we're getting from some sources. Of course, we get that confirmation when we move over and cross over to the platform of the TPP to hear exactly what Mr. Fadi Augustine has to say to party supporters. Tonight, we've already heard from the United National Congress, who has declared victory. And we have also heard concession speeches from the People's National Movement in Trinidad, political leader Dr. Keith Rowley, as well as Ansel Dennis in Tobago. But now we are waiting on standby to hear from political leader of the TPP, the Mr. Fadi Augustine. He seems to be reflecting or maybe looking at something or I'm not certain what's happening there, but you can tell there's a lot of euphoria and excitement as people are gathering and waiting and anticipating and trying to get that victory speech from Mr. Fani Augustine. I'm not certain what's happening exactly, but he's standing. I don't know if he's perhaps very emotional. It has been a short but intense 6 weeks of electioneering and all of that. So I'm seeing now, oh boy. So we're seeing some images there that indicate there's a burial of some sorts for the incumbent, the People's National Movement. Yes, and he's being congratulated by supporters, and we're just awaiting a moment to hear his speech. So we can cross over and actually get a listen to some of those sights and sounds.
Members of the state workers and volunteers, and those of you who are in front of the camera, to come as well to see this place so that they can celebrate the event well. I look better for that. Right? So, let's allow it to come back to us. Because we are about to go live now. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Let's get it with PPP coming in. I asked the administration if I give you 5 days, and then we'll allow you to party on until the statutory time of midnight. So give me 5 minutes to get through this quickly, and then you can party until midnight today. Absolutely have to put on face and law. Alright? Tobago family, I want to start by expressing gratitude. Because we could not do this without so many of you across the entire island and your contribution. I wish to start by expressing gratitude to the Most High God. And I want to tell you why. Because I know that some people trust in chariots, some people trust in horses. Today we learn that some people trust in swords, but we will remember the name of the Lord. they were brought down, but we are risen and we stand upright tonight. I also want to express gratitude to the party's overall campaign manager, who was our deputy political leader, Mrs. Natasha Charles. I want to express gratitude to our individual campaign managers here in the East, Mr. Dale Lees. In the West, we have Ms. Dorisha Hackett. We have Senator William Hall. Ms. Tanisha Ali. Ms. Tanisha Ali. Tonight's victory is an important one for Tobago. And it's important for several reasons. Number one, when over the last 4 years, we sat quietly and accepted the abuse of Porter's pain, Tobago, you went out today and you exacted revenge on our behalf. And you said, do not disrespect the Tobago Assembly and disrespect to the world. We made a call for 16,000 strong to stand up, and you stood up strong today, and you voted with vengeance today, and you thank you for that. This is also a reminder to our opponents that Tobagonians are in fact intelligent beings. And we should not be reduced to crowds or unlike, because we are capable of making informed and the right decisions, such as the one we made tonight with Mr. David Thomas in the East and Joel Sampson in the West. This decision is also important because clearly PM did not learn anything from the December 2021 campaign, and they continue with the same strategy, and it shows that if your campaign remains Fally will ensure you are beaten and told everything. This victory is also important because as we look around the national space, at this point it looks as if the ratio is 27 seats to the UNC, 12 to the PNM, and 2 to the Tobago People's Party. With Tobago's 2, if these unofficial results pan out, with Tobago's 2, it means that we will have a 2/3 majority at the national parliament. And while that 2/3 majority is not quite a level of majority we will want for some constitutional changes, this is sufficient to be able to expand at 40 of 1996 and to be able to afford to the people of Tobago some greater privileges within this democracy. At the start of this campaign, I told you, we are hoping to repeat 1976, where we sent 2 people to the parliament to be the minority of the minority, where our focus was not so much on being in a cabinet, but our focus was being in the parliament to be able to advocate and to say the right things and to negotiate on behalf of the people of Tobago. And I believe that we have an extremely strong negotiating point starting tomorrow morning. I also want to say to Mr. Dennis, who earlier tonight conceded defeat, that We thank you for conceding this seat, but I also want to say to the PLM, we thank you for keeping the losers the political leaders together. We also want to make it clear that your work is not finished tonight. Because Mr. Thomas and Mr. Sampson will need your support. They will need you behind them every step of the way so that they can continue to push on behalf of the people of Tobago. More than that, as I begin to analyze the voter turnout, we can see that in this election, there appears to be a lower voter turnout than the last general election. I want to say, as the head of the government of this island, that I take that to mean that some reflection, some introspection is required, and certainly some changes are required. Many of you here, as I walk and canvass, I heard you sort of express disappointment when saying, I voted here, but I'm not happy about this or about that. And this is a government that listens. This is a chief secretary that listens. And certainly changes will come to the Tobago Assembly to everything that you have said you want to see from your island government. I want to take this opportunity to also say to the Tobagonians farewell. If peradventure we have disappointed you over the last 3 to 4 years, then we are truly sorry. Because this is a government that is not hard-headed. We don't believe that we have gotten everything right, but we certainly know that we are better than our opponents, and we are currently the best choice on this island, the government of this island, and representation in the national parliament. And so even as we celebrate tonight, I wish to say to the arms of the party that we still have work to do in building out an inclusive political institution that envelops all of Tobago and that honors the commitment to building a coalition of the competent and the willing. And so tonight we celebrate. The work starts tomorrow. From this platform, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Tobago to say farewell to the former Prime Ministers. Prime Minister Dr. Roy, farewell. We wish you happy retirement. And Prime Minister for 2 more hours, Mr. Stuart Young, we look forward to seeing you, Prime Minister for you. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Prime Minister-elect and incoming Prime Minister for the second term, and the only woman to ever be Prime Minister to be the people. Congratulations. Finally, what is required for Trinidad and Tobago right now? What is required for Trinidad and Tobago right now? Unified approach going forward. Because when our children are murdered in the streets, race actually does not matter. When you go to the supermarket and the price of saltfish is exorbitant, race does not matter. When we are trying to travel between Trinidad and Tobago, whether you're coming to Tobago for vacation or going to Trinidad for something that's necessary, race really does not matter. And when I look around the global space and look at what's happening with sweeping tariffs, with a plunging global economy, with wars in the Middle East and between Russia and Ukraine, disruption of global trade, and logistical nightmares to get stuff moving around the world. Really and truly, we have to become one Trinidad and Tobago to weather the storm that is approaching. But one thing I'm certain of, and I said this in Roxburgh 2 nights ago, perhaps the smallest, most critical element on a ship is really the anchor. Because the size of the anchor really does the size of the vessel. But good anchors are able to keep large vessels stable during rough waters. And tonight, Tobago selected 2 strong, sturdy, well-engineered anchors that will anchor down Trinidad and Tobago and keep Trinidad and Tobago stable for the people. So I want us now to raise our flags high, wave them high, and display congratulations once again to all our refugees members, our plane agents, our drivers, our runners, our conductors, our analysts, our strategists, and those who work hard every single day in the world, those who take out the meetings, those who do the logistics work, those who give education support, those of you who purchase hoodies and have ready to afford this campaign, who purchased food on Saturdays, who bought our food, who contributed. One cocoa was enough to fill this basket and enough to bring this victory up. And so, before I leave you to carry on with your party, because I want you to have some good time tonight. A good time tonight. Just as we ended on Sunday evening in prayer, I think it's only right that I end by saying thanks to God in prayer, and I allow you to celebrate the rest of the evening until police are locked us up. Please, I know who are you guys called to stop this police. The police, please, we have light tonight. You're dealing with the members of parliament, and you're dealing with incoming education and in the central government. So talk to me nice.
And there you've heard it, ladies and gentlemen. The Tobago People's Party political leader, Fali Augustine, delivering his victory speech at the Scarborough Esplanade tonight. Tobago has won 2 seats in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and the United National Congress has been declared the winner for the 2025 general election, April 28th. And how the TPP will be positioned going forward, that is yet to be seen. But of course, Tobago Channel 5 will be giving you all the coverage starting tomorrow morning on Rise and Shine. And from here on, you'll hear all those details about what to expect in the next formation of the next government. So we've had a long day, and we want to just thank everyone who has been involved in this process. Aisha Keynes-Dumas, Head of News, Technical Director, Head is Mr. Dill Francis and his entire team, Nadaline Singh, Camille McCackney, Max, our resident reporter here, a senior Mr. Sean Benoit, Managing Director. On behalf of everyone, I am Madiko O'Neill, thanking you for staying with us and choosing us for your election coverage on Tobago Channel 5, SNAP25. Good night.